Good morning everyone, welcome to Clay Pigeon Kart Club and round number 1 of the 2017 season. We have 10 rounds this year and we are starting things off with a big one here. 2 huge grids, Honda Cadet and Senior Max, each with around 30 entrants each. We've also got the IAME Cadets, Senior TKM, Minimax 177 and 177 Masters and Junior Max to look forward to throughout the day as well. But I'm sure we will have some great excitement here out on the circuit for the first round of the year. I'm Sam Hunt, I will be your commentator throughout the day, and I look forward to having some exciting racing on display for you throughout the day. Conditions far from ideal at the moment, very cold outside, very much overcast in the skies, but the karts out on track at the moment for their practices, 177 and the Senior TKM, making sure their karts are all ready for their heats, which will be coming up soon. But we will be starting off the day with the biggest grid of the day, which is the Honda Cadets. They'll be coming up shortly. Here we are then with the grid out on track. The Honda Cadets ready to get underway for the first race of 2017. Let's hope for a good one. Of course, as I've mentioned, 10 rounds this year, and round 1 is certainly going to be a very entertaining one, you suspect. With the large grid on the front row of this one, we've got number 12, Koskan Irfan, alongside Joshua McLean, with Casper Skuza alongside Ewan Charman, then two very recognisable names, Ethan Leader and Ollie Tyler on row 3. You expect those two to always be there around the front. They're going around one more time before we will get started with the 2017 season here at Clay Pigeon Kart Club. And with, as I've mentioned, two big grids out there today, it's potentially going to be one of the more exciting rounds. Tricky conditions out here at the moment. All of the drivers, bar one, opting for wets out there in this first heat. Only one driver on slicks. That is the number 56, Joshua Carrad. So keep an eye on him, starting in 15th, to see whether that ultimately was the right decision or not. But looks like we hopefully will be away this time by, as the karts line up at the top of the pit straight, coming down towards the start-finish line to get this race underway. Let's see if they do get going this time past the acceleration line. Looks like we are going to be racing now with the Honda Cadets, and the 7-minute heat is underway down into Billy's blind. Doesn't look like there's any incidents there, and going into the S's for the first time. It's a great start from Irfan from the front row, and all of the drivers making their way towards the hairpin for the first time. Out of that bend they go. Relatively clean stuff from the youngsters so far. Good racing, good overtake there by the number 54, making progress throughout the field as they come towards the top end and down towards the timing line to complete the first lap of this season. And it is number 12, Irfan. He's got a lot of pressure behind him from McLean, who started the front row alongside him. Lost a bit of time in the first lap, but has caught up to the rear bumper of the number 12 now. Number 50 of Skuza has also had a pretty decent start. James Walker gaining 6 positions in the first lap. Top 4 starting to have a real battle with themselves. A little bit of a gap towards another 70 Aston Miller. Ollie Tyler making no progress nor losses on that first lap. The C-plated kart, a contact warning for the number 16 there. He has got to be relatively cautious as to not get a penalty. Number 12, Irfan still defending that lead at the moment. Still a lot of time left in this one though. 5.5 minutes, and Joshua McLean right on the back of the number 12. The number 8 of James Walker up into 3rd now, having got past Skuza. Don't recognise any of the top 3's names. I've been commentating for, I don't know, 3-4 years now. I don't think I've come across any of the top 3. So whether it is their debuts here at Clay Pigeon. They're Super 1 drivers, are being told. So they're bound to always be at the top of the field. And we can expect some great racing from these youngsters throughout the day then. Still at the top at the moment though. It is Irfan defending that lead from the number 8 of James Walker, who is looking very racy in these early stages. He's going to try and make a move up the inside into the hairpin. Does make that move stick for now. Gets into the lead of the race, whether Irfan will try to come back up in the horseshoe. Looks like he does indeed. James Walker's going to try and take it back though. Great squabble between the top 2 here, and going into buttons and out into the top end. Does look indeed like Irfan holds on to his lead for another lap. Walker's had to settle for 2nd place, but the number 76 has made good progress through the field. McLean overtaking a couple of drivers who he did fall behind, but now right on the back again. He's going to try and go up the inside into the S's. Dives up into 2nd place. Top 5, a little group of their own there, and there's a fair gap back to 6th place, number 38 of Daryl Taylor, who's battling to stay ahead of the C-plated Ollie Tyler. Of course, won the championship last year, the 2016 season. Number 12 Irfan still holding the lead at the moment, though. Walker finding it difficult to get back into the lead, and well, struggling to get past the pole sitter, who has led the race for the majority of it. Fastest lap does belong to Walker, though, 41.27, belonging to the number 8 in 2nd position. Not much of a difference between the times, though, in the within the top 5, showing pretty similar fastest lap times as things stand. Is looking very even between that group, which is close on the track as well, physically as well as during the times. Going around into the S's for the 7th time now in this race, and James Walker's gone up the inside. Small mistake by Irfan there, didn't get around the S's, and Walker manages to go up and into the lead. In fact, Irfan's lost several positions, might be down into 5th, but now it's 3 abreast coming out of the exit of the hairpin. Irfan's going to be able to come back here and gets back into 2nd position. Round the horseshoe there you go, and it's very good for James Walker. The rest of those carts squabbling for position has meant that Walker's been able to extend his lead out slightly, and coming towards the timing line now, it is James Walker, the race leader, with Irfan in 2nd position. A contact warning for Aston Miller, though. He's in 4th position as things stand. And, well, that squabble is certainly tightening up, isn't it? With just under 2 minutes to go. Still a lot of time for any of these carts to decide their final positions out on track here. But it's looking good for James Walker at the moment. Number 76. Is that Joshua McLean, or was it Miller who's got up in 2nd place? I think it is Miller, actually. Up into 2nd position now. And out of the top end they come, hurtling down the pit straight to complete the 8th lap of the race. And it is McLean ahead of Irfan, Miller and Scusa, making up the top 5. There is still that gap back to 6th place. Ivan Lomliev and Daryl Taylor in 7th. 8th is Ethan Leader, Ollie Tyler 9th, and Ewan Sharman in 10th position. And into the horseshoe goes the race leader, number 8, James Walker, who's been caught up slightly from the pack behind. Walker's lead, which he was looking to, I'm sure, run away with that gap he had a couple of laps ago, seems to have been eradicated slightly, and he's now got a lot of pressure from the number 76 of McLean, who's going to try and go the inside of Billy's here. Could be a follow-through as well with Koskin Irfan, who's going to try and follow through to get in 2nd, manages to get that done. And James Walker falls down into 3rd, and we've got our 3rd different race leader here. He's going to try and go back up the inside, though. Walker manages to get past Irfan and back into 2nd position. James Walker in the lead of the... no, not in the lead of the race. It's Joshua McLean in the lead of the race, with James Walker falling down into 2nd place. But he's going to try and regain that move here. Is he into the top end as they come back towards the timing line once again? To complete their 10th lap. They get past the line with 2 seconds left on the clock, meaning they will go round one more time before the final lap. An ultimate lap now, and there's 3 abreast going into the S's. That never usually works out well. They manage to squabble and find their own positions. James Walker loses several positions here. Might fall down all the way into 5th. He's going to, I think, settle for 4th. He has the inside line going into the hairpin. As they make their way towards the horseshoe, it is the current race leader now. Irfan back into the lead again. He's left for the majority of the race, the pole sitter. And now he has a great opportunity to hold out for these last few, well, the last lap after this one. As they make their way back towards the timing line once again. The top 5 close together. Last lap board is out, and the number 76 of McLean is right on the back of Irfan. There's a change for 3rd position. That's a Walker getting past Miller, and so we are left with the top 3 again. The only 3 who have led this race at any stage. Now the top 3 on the track. round the hairpin they go, entering very much the final stages of this one. Walker manages to get past McLean, and is he going to get past Irfan as well? He manages to get past on the exit of the horseshoe and into Button's blind, and now as they make their way into the top bend, hurtling down towards the finish line, is going to be very, very close indeed. The checkered flag will be awaiting one of these drivers. Looks like it's going to be James Walker, the number 8. He's defending hard. Irfan can't quite get past, and he takes the checkered flag. The number 8, James Walker, takes the win ahead of Koskan Irfan, just about ahead, 0.09 of a second across the line, with Joshua McLean, the number 76, finishing in third, just 0.13 seconds behind Irfan and 0.2 seconds behind the race winner Walker. Miller finishes his race in fourth, with Kasper Skuza in fifth. Sixth place, Ivan Lomliev and Ethan Leader in seventh. Daryl Taylor, Ollie Tyler and Lucas Ellingham round out the top 10. Few changes with that particular group in the latter stages of the race. Connor Clifford finishes his race in 11th, with Ewan Sharman in 12th. Archie Brown, number 7, in 13th position, with Sebastian Block in 14th. 15th, Daniel Greenchart with the number 54 Carter. Mitchell Gibbons in the number 81 in 16th. That's a very exciting race to get the year. And indeed, the meeting started with James Walker taking the first win of the day ahead of Koskan Irfan in the Honda Cadets. Out on track now then, the Senior Max for their first heat of the day. First of, I think, 4 different heats we're going to have with the Senior Max today, considering the 22 karts out on track. And I think that's the first time I've been in commentary in which any class, except for the Hondas, have had more than 3 heats. So that's really good to see. The Senior Max has grown so much over recent years. Grid very large indeed, and 22 drivers out on track for this first heat. There are first heats of the meeting, and indeed the year. They'll be hoping off to get their championship off to a good start here, and we should be in for an exciting race with the Senior Max. They've gone around for their first rolling lap at each race. This meeting will have 2 rolling laps. As we get prepared for the start of this one, it's going to be the number 67 of Gabriel Abbott on the front row, alongside Kieran Shanks, with Morgan Rose alongside Will Roberts on row 2. Row 3 is Ari Barker and Jordan Brightman West, with Thomas Martin and Derek Hunt moved across from senior TKM to senior Rotax this season. Benjamin Gilbert and Gary Ford rounding out the top 10 as we get ready for race number 2 of the day. The Senior Max will get underway, and we are now rolling with this class into the S as they go for the first time. And it is the number 67 of Gabriel Abbott from pole position. He's had a good start and is up in the lead of the race now, holding that position well. Who's in second position behind number 7 of Morgan Rose, is going to try and go up the inside and manages to get that move done around buttons and past my the old finish line into the top end, and now heading down towards the start finish line. The number 7 of Rose with a very good start indeed, getting past Abbott, with Will Roberts in 3rd. 4th is Thomas Martin, with Benjamin Gilbert in 5th. 6th, Will Maynard and Tom Fuller in 7th. 8th, Alex Kite, Ray Harris in 9th. And losing 5 positions from the start, Derek Hunt down into 10th position now. And there's contact between 2 drivers, both off into the tyre wall there, I believe, just on the entrance to, in fact, 3 drivers involved in that incident. Entrance to the hairpin. Maybe they'll be able to get going again. One of the karts has managed to resume. That is the number 88. Is that? I can't quite see from here. And there's another driver off, actually. Very unusual position past the old commentary box on the exit 2 buttons, the right-hander. And 88 Benjamin Gilbert has managed to get going again. Still one of the drivers struggling to get that kart. Might be the first retirement of the day, and I believe it's going to be Will Maynard who is going to pull that kart to one side. Unfortunately, does not get the start to the championship season that he would have liked, but it is Morgan Rose who leads the way. Gabriel Abbott in 2nd position, with Thomas Martin and Will Roberts in 3rd and 4th. 5th is Alex Kite, with 6th place Tom Fuller, with James Moorcroft in 7th. 8th is Ethan Haynes, with Oliver Holden and Derek Hunt in the rest of the positions within the top 10. Yellow flag still waving for that incident with Maynard, as each of the karts make their way around the track. It's looking good though at the moment for the number 7 Morgan Rose, who does lead the way towards the start finish line again to complete his 4th lap. Number 67 of Gabriel Abbott, relatively hot on his heels, but over a second behind means that Morgan Rose has got a bit of breathing space. He will have to be cautious not to make any mistakes, or Gabriel Abbott will be right on his rear bumper. No overtaking, of course, down in the hairpin area due to those yellow flags, but coming out of the horseshoe, he will be allowed to overtake once again. Number 7. Morgan Rose comes across the line in the lead of the race, with Gabriel Abbott and Thomas Martin in the rest of the top 3. Another retirement, it looks like, by the tyre wall just on the entrance to the S's. Who's that? It could well be the number 14 of Ari Barker, Two novices out on track in this particular race. Alan Bull in 12th position, the number 32, and Daniel Blackman, who is in the number 28. Each of those two novices. And in fact, it's Tom Fuller, the number 53, who is off just on the entrance to the S's. So 2 retirements so far in this race, meaning we should have 17 drivers left on the track, I believe. 9.7 of Alex Kite being overtaken by Derek Hunt a couple of laps ago. Now settling for 9th place, and Gary Ford in 10th position in behind. Two of the drivers a lap behind, Daniel Blackman and Ari Barker, of course, due to that incident a few laps ago. But no such problems for the race leader, Morgan Rose, who hasn't got the fastest lap time, but has set a 35.27. Before the last lap, Thomas Martin held the fastest lap with a 35.13, but that has been beaten by Oliver Holden's 34.98. The first driver of the day to get below that 35-second mark. A very quick time there by the number 23. 34.98, meaning that he is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, occupying 7th place though. See if he can make progress throughout the field. The number 23, but is over a second from his nearest rival, Ethan Haynes, who is currently in 6th place, battling with James Moorcroft to try and get past the number 21. 1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock, and most of the field's actually relatively dispersed. There's not any really fierce battles on the circuit consisting of more than about 2 drivers, but it is an interesting one to watch. Number 67 of Gabriel Abbott defending 2nd place from Thomas Martin, who number 69 is not very far behind at all, and that could be a change in 2nd position. Abbott has not been lower than 2nd place so far in this race at all. Started on pole and has only lost the position to our current race leader. As we come up to the last minute though, he may be under some pretty substantial pressure from Thomas Martin, a championship regular over the last couple of seasons. And into Billy's, and now following that into the S's and onto the Sturmey Straight once more. Thomas Martin is looking for a move up the inside, and he manages to make that move in the hairpin. Is he going to defend into the horseshoe? Just make sure that Abbott can't retake that position. And now Thomas Martin finds himself in 2nd place, and the nearest driver able to take the lead from Morgan Rose, but that is, you think, probably not going to happen. Morgan Rose with a very large advantage, 2.63 of a second his advantage over Thomas Martin, and in the lead of the race, doing well. One of the karts going particularly slowly there around the top bend, not looking good for that driver. Might be a retirement for him, but 0 seconds left on the clock means that the last lap board will come out for the race leader, Morgan Rose. Thomas Martin and Gabriel Abbott still fighting. Abbott trying to reclaim that position, but he's got very close all of a sudden with 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place. That's a very close battle in these dying embers of the race here into the hairpin, and unsurprisingly defensive driving from the number 25 Will Roberts, who'll be looking to try and keep hold of that position. The number 21 of James Moorcroft is in behind with Ethan Haynes in 3rd place within that group, but it is a win for Morgan Rose, who takes the first win of the year in the senior max class. Thomas Martin in 2nd, 3rd place Gabriel Abbott with Will Roberts in 4th, 5th James Moorcroft and Ethan Haynes and Oliver Holden 6th and 7th. It's going to be an 8th place for Derek Hunt's first ever race in the senior max, and Benjamin Gilbert and Gary Ford 9th and 10th. Number 88 and the 54 relatively close towards the end of that race, but Gary Ford unable to get past Gilbert. Alan Bull becomes the highest placed novice of the day so far, in 11th place, with Amelia Vincent not too far behind, concluding her race in 12th, with Jordan Brightman West in 13th, 14th, Ray Harris and the other novice of Daniel Blackman in 15th, Ari Barker in 16th, and the 3 retirements, Alex Kite, Tom Fuller and Will Maynard. Next up, the Minimax Heat number 1 then. And it's going to be William Ellswood on the front row alongside Jarno Ottavianelli, with Tom Adams and William Hicklin on row 2. Sebastian Marlowe, Tiernan Rourke on row 3. 7th and 8th, Sean Cuss and James Watson, with Michael Salmon and Charlie Blackman. Starting at the back of the field, Harvey Thornley. And we'll be going around for that one extra warm-up lap, and then we will be racing with race number 3 in the Minimax. William Ellswood alongside Ottavianelli on the front row. That's Ellswood starting on pole, will have that advantage with these 11 drivers, seeing how this race will go, how they'll get their championship off to a good start, and whether any of the drivers will be able to do that. Make their way now though towards the top bend, ready to get underway in this race. And it looks like we will be racing now with the Minimax, and we are indeed. The number 19 of William Ellswood, was he pushed off slightly to the side there? Was that another driver? I believe that was indeed the pole sitter, it was, and slightly off to the left side of Billy's there, but manages to retain 3rd place, didn't lose too many positions at least, as we now have a new top 2. It is the number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe, who has a very good start up into the lead of this one. 17 of Tom Adams. Jarno Ottavianelli not with a good start, 8th position there, but the number 97 in the lead of the race, as we will be going around once again. Then the green flag with yellow chevrons shown. Not very often you do see that flag, but it means you will be going around one more time. I did think the start looked a little bit disjointed, and some of the karts maybe accelerating before the point on the track in which it is legal to do so, which could be the cause of that restart. 7 minutes on the clock for us to enjoy of the Minimax. And as the drivers make their way quietly and slowly at the moment, but not in a few seconds time, they will be going. Now we're going to be going this time by 7 minutes on the clock, but looks like we might have a early flag here. Maybe not. It looks like we are going to be racing, and it's a good start this time by, I believe, the pole sitter. So Ellswood might have got off well, considering that that restart was given before. It is the number 17 who holds the lead now, though. Number 17 of Tom Adams, who started on row 2 and is now up into the lead of the race. A bit unfortunate from the number 97 of Marlow there, lost out it seemed a couple of positions, but still in third position as the top 3 make their way across the line. Fourth place Janos Finelli ahead of Tiernan Rourke, who is in 5th place now. From the S's and down the Sturmey straight they go. One of the carts off, one of the novices, I believe that's Charlie Blackman, the number 27. And into the horseshoe they go then for the second time. The number 17 of Tom Adams ahead of William Ellswood and Sebastian Marlow as things stand. Those are the top 3. And down towards Billy's Blind they go once again then. The number 17 is the race leader, Tom Adams, who is ahead of Ellswood and Marlow. They overtake the novice Blackman there as they make their way down the Sturmey straight once again with just under 5.5 minutes remaining. Not a lot of time has gone. There's still an awful lot of time for these drivers to reshuffle and find their positions, which they'll end up in at the end of this race. One of the drivers getting out of the kart there on the exit to the S's though. Just saw that reflection in my commentary box window to have a look across. The number 21 seems to have had a spin there. So Sean Cuss, and will fall down to the back of the field. Well, down to 10th at least, due to the fact that Charlie Blackman is a lap behind. But it's still the same order within the top 3. Tom Adams followed by William Ellswood and Sebastian Marlow. It seems that the number 17 of Tom Adams might have just been overtaken there, but gets back up into 2nd place. Been overtaken though by the number 19, and that is a change for the race lead. The number 19 pole sitter William Ellswood back into the lead of the race, and maybe this will be the race in the Minimax throughout today. These top 3 who are racing very well at the moment, but having said that, there's really not much of a gap back to James Watson in 4th. Towards a horseshoe, there you go. The number 19, sorry, William Ellswood leading the way. Number 17 of Tom Adams in 2nd position. 3rd place is Sebastian Marlow. That could turn into a 5-way battle as 4th and 5th are catching up. Out of Billy's Blind they come and into the S's once again. Pole sitter Ellswood still holding the race lead, but he's under substantial pressure from the number 17 of Tom Adams. He's going to try and go up the inside here into the hairpin. Looks like he's made that move. Is he going to hold on to the inside going into the horseshoe? Doesn't, but doesn't need to. William Ellswood not in an attacking frame of mind there. And as these top 3 make their way across the finish line to complete their 6th lap, it is the fastest lap belonging to the race leader, Tom Adams, who has set a 36.68. And that is quicker than the 36.69 set by Marlow, but William Ellswood on a 36.89, so 0.2 slower than the top 2's lap times as they are approaching a back marker now. Number 21 of Sean Cuss. Blue flags do wave for him to get out of the way of the squabble for the lead. The number 17 of Adams, with Sebastian Marlowe in second position, William Ellswood in third, and there's a bit of contact there between the two karts, and he won't be happy about that at all, Tom Adams, from the lead. A bit of contact with Sebastian Marlowe means that Marlowe is now in the lead of the race, and has got William Ellswood right on the rear of the number 97 now. Could be a two-way battle for the rest of this one. Out of the Billy's blind and trying on the inside now is the number 19 Ellswood with a fantastic move, getting past Marlowe. And Marlowe with a fair lack of pace going into the S's, that has to be said. Down in second position now, behind Ellswood, who will be grateful for that lead. Tom Adams is in third, but looking to try and get back into second place, though. There's a really good battle going on behind as well. Fourth and fifth, they've now joined in the fray, but William Ellswood escaping from this pack. There is a four-way battle now, though, with the front runner, William Ellswood, having escaped from that battle. Tom Adams in second place, Sebastian Marlowe in third. Fourth is James Watson with Tin and Rourke making up the rest of that group. Number 64 of James Watson not far behind Sebastian Marlowe. Whether there will be a change of position by the end of the race, it remains to be seen, but less than a minute left on the clock, and as Ellswood comes across the line to complete his 10th lap of the race, there's a real sense that we could be in for an exciting finale here in the Minimax Heat number 1. Onto the Sturmey Straight goes that battle from second, stretching back into fifth, but it does look good for William Ellswood. He's certainly got that gap of breathing space which he can work with. 36.79 means he still doesn't hold the fastest lap. In fact, those honours now belong to James Watson in fourth. So suddenly, when it looked like a 3-horse race, now we have 5 really able competitors towards the front of the field here, but it does look more and more increasingly likely that William Ellswood will be taking this win, though that gap has been closed over the last couple of laps. Next time by will be the last lap, though, having seen the timer get down to 0 seconds, and Ellswood will come across the line and see that last lap ball. No, he hasn't got long left to go in this one. Tom Adams in second position, getting past the number 97, I believe. That's a change of position. Actually, Sebastian Marlowe might have been behind before, but Marlowe trying to go around the outside now. Is he going to try and cut to the inside? Last real opportunity for an overtake comes here at the horseshoe. Hasn't managed to do it there. Tom Adams knows he's got to defend for this second place. Just with the dying stages of the game, Marlowe trying to get past, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to do so. It's a good victory, though, for the number 19. From pole position, William Ellswood takes the win. Tom Adams in second, ahead of Sebastian Marlowe. Managed to fend him off till the end. Tin and Rourke in fourth, with James Watson in fifth. A change there in the latter stages, with Michael Salmon battling in sixth place. Jan Vianelli will come across the line, I imagine, in seventh place, unless it's been overtaken by William Hicklin. It looks like it is going to be Vianelli, though, with Hicklin in 8th. 9th will be Harvey Thornley, with Sean Cuss and Charlie Blackman in 10th and 11th. Now then, ready to get underway with race number 4, the IAME Cadets. And the 7 drivers will be looking to try and make an impact in the early stages of this season with Heat number 1. It's an opportunity to get their championship kick-started today. And with the number 59 of Louis Johnson Cole alongside Luke Watts. See how this race pans out. Number 77 of Jake Shuri gets a decent start up into 2nd place. And see who does occupy the lead here. It is Luke Watts, number 35. So it looks like Louis Johnson Cool did not get the best start, dropping a few positions there. But coming towards the end of the first lap here, and it looks like we've already got a relatively spread out field. Each of the drivers finding their positions early on, and it's looking very good for the number 35, Luke Watts, Jake Shuri, and then number 77 ahead of Cameron Crockett, with Johnson Cool dropping several positions from pole down into 4th, now behind the number 88. Lucas Field is in 5th, and Alexander Senna and Noe Hadley 6th and 7th. Looks like there's a battle there going on. Johnson Cool versus Lucas Fields. There are 3 novices all at the back of the field at the moment, so not quite half the field on those black and white novice plates, but they're going to give the pole sitter 59 Louis Johnson Cole a run for his money here. They're certainly not going to ignore the possibility of getting out of the bottom 3, despite being inexperienced young drivers. Let's hope for years of racing ahead of each of these youngsters to go. Jake Shuri and Cameron Crockett with a bit of a battle going on for 2nd place, but not really that fierce at the moment, and it doesn't look like there's an imminent opportunity for Crockett to get past the number 77 of Shuri in that black and green kart, as each of the drivers make their way round Billy's blind for what is the 4th time now in this race. Luke Watts, though, is miles quicker than anyone else on that last lap. Set a 41.45 and opens up his advantage to a 4.96 margin now. Shuri in that previous lap was over 1.6 seconds slower than the race leader. So Luke Watts really is driving well at the moment, and having very few issues from the karts in behind. Jake Shuri and Cameron Crockett across the line now to complete their 4th laps. And the gap between the race leader and Shuri now over 6 seconds. So it's looking very good for the number 35 in the lead of this race. Already has the advantage of over the hairpin and the horseshoe to play with. And Shuri and Crockett in 2nd and 3rd. I've been told that Luke Watts is also racing in Honda Cadets as well, so got 2 different championships going on for the youngster there, number 35. Fair play for that effort. And he's certainly doing well in the IAME Cadet class, isn't he? No problems at the moment at all for him. The number 77 and 88, Shuri and Crockett, are in 2nd and 3rd, as I've mentioned, having a bit of a squabble, but it's mainly Crockett trying to get closer towards the back of Shuri in order to make that move, create the opportunity to try and get past him into the lead of the race. But Johnson Cole looks like he may have been... Has he been overtaken by one of the novices here? Or is he just about holding on? Because those novices in behind are looking pretty racy, actually. And Cole could be in trouble just ahead of the number 76 of Alexander Senna. Some of the drivers though, and it's a common pattern you may see with the novice drivers. They might be quicker than karts ahead, but maybe lack just a little bit of courage or experience to try and really get past their competitor. And realistically, Senna may have been able to get past Johnson Cool by now. He's been close enough behind him for a number of laps, but maybe due to that inexperience, which is not quite giving him the opportunity to get past Johnson Cool at the moment, but might be an opportunity here as Johnson Cool drifts out slightly wide. A better exit from the number 76 of Senna, but again, can't quite commit to that move. And to get ahead of Billy's blind still remains Louis Johnson Cool in 4th, Senna in 5th, Lucas Fields in 6th, Noah Hadley in 7th, but the order of these karts hasn't changed in a number of laps now. A fastest lap by Luke Watt on lap 3 has not been beaten, of 41.45, and just to give you an idea, only one other driver has actually got beneath the 43-second mark. Jake Shurry at 42.96, just under 43 seconds. But him and Crockett on relatively even pace. Crockett's closer towards the back bumper of his car though. He's going to try and make a move up the inside here into the hairpin. And suddenly, Cameron Crockett up into 2nd position with under a minute left on the clock. And Shurry will be wondering where that came from, where Crockett was a fair way behind. But managed to catch up by 0.17 of a second on that previous lap. And that means that now he's up into 2nd place. And see if he can escape from the number 77, Jake Shurry, who had been holding on to that position for the large majority of the race. "15 seconds left on the clock though, and the number 35 of Luke Watts is going to come around, and he's just about going to come across the line, I think, with basically no time left on the clock at all. 3-2, he is going to come across the line with 2 seconds to go, so he'll have to go around one more time before he will be greeted with the checkered flag. Crockett ahead of Jake Shurry though, with the last lap board coming out at the end of this current one. Penultimate lap and penultimate few opportunities for Jake Shurry to get back at Cameron Crockett, and it looks like he's managed to do so. Small mistake there by the number 88 of Cameron Crockett enables Jake Shurry to reclaim his 2nd position, and Crockett will be determined now to make up for that error and try and overtake Shurry once again. A pretty narrow line heading into the horseshoe. Maybe not the greatest speed, but trying really hard to get past Jake Shurry there. There's still enough time. There's still that lap left for him to be able to do that, and he's going to absolutely throw everything he's got at Shurry for this last lap. He's going to try and go up the inside of Billy's. Can't quite make it. Will drift out slightly wide as a result of trying to make that move stick, but now out of the S's and onto the Sturmey straight. Last lap board being shown to each of the drivers, and Alexander Senna's managed to get past Louis Johnson Cool, which I, of course, mentioned that these drivers were becoming pretty competitive, but the checkered flag does go for Luke Watts. Jake Shurry still holding on. Cameron Crockett right on his rear bumper. It's going to be the last opportunity going into the top end. Is he going to be able to do it? Around they go towards the pit straight, and I think Shurry has just done enough to hold on to that position. Crockett in 3rd place won't quite be able to get past the number 77, and will have to settle for 3rd. Alexander Senna, I think, will just be able to hold on, or will he? I think he's just been a bit of contact there, victim of a little bit of contact, and suddenly the number 78 of Lucas Fields comes through. And Louis Johnson Cool remains in 5th, but leapfrogs Alexander Senna as a result of that small amount of contact between himself and Johnson Cool. Lucas Fields takes 4th, and Noah Hadley rounds out the field in 7th. But an exciting finale to that race. Shurry and Crockett battling towards the end, but an easy win for Luke Watts, or made it look easy anyway. Won by over 20 seconds. Junior Max Heat number 1 is ready to get underway very shortly. 8 drivers out on the circuit here and ready to get going. And it is Bradley Watts, number 17, alongside Oakley Pryor on the front row, with Vessia and Wilson Brown on row 2. Let's see how this race will go with Bradley Watts, number 17, on pole position. We know he's a quick driver as well, but he hasn't got an early lead here. Oakley Pryor, the number 60, has the lead of the race. Yellow flags waving one of the carts off at the hairpin. Sorry if I do pause occasionally or sound a bit croaky. I've got a bit of a sore throat at the moment, so apologies for that. But in the lead of the race is the number 60, Oakley Pryor, with a brilliant start, managing to leapfrog Bradley Watts on the first corner, and really establishing his lead in these early stages. Still a lot of time left though for Bradley Watts to come back, but already Oakley Pryor's gap is looking ominous. Well, let's see if any of the drivers in behind can do anything about the early race pace set by Oakley Pryor. Sylvain Vessia is in third, ahead of Jem Hepworth, with Michael Goodburn, Sophie Jeffrey, Bailey Voisin and Hobie Atwood rounding out the rest of the 8 carts on the circuit. Pryor from the lead of the race out of the S's and on to the Sturmey Straight. Looking good for Pryor in these early stages, but there's still over 5 minutes left for Bradley Watts, who is the nearest competitor of the race leader, to do anything about that. And towards the start-finish line they go once again, then completing their third lap now. Pryor in a very good position ahead of Bradley Watts. Jem Hepworth in third, with Sylvain Vessia in fourth. Fifth, Michael Goodburn and Sophie Jeffrey in 6th position. Boyson and Atwood in 7th and 8th. By the way, if I am butchering anyone's names, or you want to give me any information about the class, or your relative who might be racing out there, or you want to come to the commentary box for any reason, then do. I'm just to the left of race control, facing the circuit, and can come if you have any queries about any of the commentary, or if I am pronouncing someone's name wrong, for which I will apologise in advance, because that's very, very likely for me to be doing that with a few of the names out there today. Just over 4 minutes left of this one, and it is the number 60 of Oakley Pryor who does lead the way pretty comfortably at the moment from the number 17 as well. Gap over 2 seconds. Bradley Watts unable to catch up to the race leader at the moment, but is having no issues with having to defend as things go, with Jem Hepworth in the number 24 in third, but again over 2 seconds, over 2.5 seconds in fact, behind Bradley Watts. Michael Goodburn is in fourth, having got past Vessia on that previous lap, with Jeffrey, Voisin and Atwood the rest of the carts out there on track. Not a whole lot going on the circuit in terms of battles, but have a look at the times and see that Pryor in the race lead holds the fastest lap. There are no points awarded for fastest lap at in these championship meetings here at Clay Pigeon, but still a good title to hold if you do have the fastest lap of that meeting. Means that you were the quickest, you had that pace, and you really deserve to take the position that you do take if it's very much high up in the field. The race pace can often establish, and of course you can be slightly slower and maybe spend the race defending, but always is good to have that race pace, especially early on in the season. Some of these drivers having had that winter break, may be lost a... Well, not really lost, but maybe just have to shake off the dust slightly of their own racing skills and the karts, who might have been pent away for a few months. I'm sure most of the drivers have tested over the last day or few weeks, but really the last competitive racing that most of the drivers out there today would have experienced would probably have been last November or so. So good opportunity this month to get the karts going again, get back in the swing of things. Of course, there was the Christmas karting event, which was good fun. I'd go as well. Actually, I don't think I did too bad. It was a lot of fun actually. I won one race as well, so that was good. But just under 1.5 minutes to go, and it is the number 60. Excuse me. Of Oakley Pryor, who does lead the way from Bradley Watts. No changes in order on track for any of the drivers. And in fact, I think the smallest gap between any of the drivers is 1.2 seconds between Jem Hepworth and Michael Goodburn, which says a lot about how close each of these drivers are out on the circuit at the moment. They are fairly spread apart. The pace of each of the drivers is just fairly different, and well, the fastest lap order is the position order out there on the field, with the exception of Hepworth and Goodburn sharing the identical fastest lap time of a 35.82. But that is not the quickest lap time, unsurprising. That does belong to the race leader still. That was set on lap 7. We're on lap 11 now, but that 35.25 set 4 laps ago does remain the fastest lap of this race so far. Bradley Watts, a 35.44, means he holds the second position in both fastest lap time and on the circuit. Last lap board will come out very shortly. The number 22, Bailey Voisin, making his way across the line as Oakley Pryor will come out and see the last lap board. Might have just been shown to Bradley Watts in front there, but regardless, it will be a checkered flag for Oakley Pryor when he comes out this time. Is the last lap for each of these drivers here, and it's looking very good for Oakley Pryor. He's had absolutely no troubles at all in this race. Checkered flag is out for the number 60, and a trouble-free win in the first race of the season for the number 60, ahead of Bradley Watts by over 4 seconds. Jem Hepworth will come across the line ahead of Goodburn by just over half a second. Goodburn actually did close up that gap by a fair amount towards the latter stages, with Vessier ahead of Jeffrey and Voisin and Atwood coming across the line over a lap behind the eventual race winner Pryor, who had a very good race. No troubles for the number 60. Senior TKM Heat 1 is going to get underway, hopefully at the end of this lap now, coming up to the start-finish line. Looks like we will be underway. 7 minutes of the Senior TKM, the 3 drivers, is a pretty disappointing turnout for the Senior TKM. Hopefully we'll have more in the future, but each of those 3 drivers are out on track and racing, and you never know, with the Senior TKM we did see a lot of very close racing last year, and even with the 3 drivers, if it's close, it could still be an exciting affair. Each of these 3 drivers actually not on a massively dissimilar level. Jack Darton, number 93, maybe the favourite, starting on pole position, but William Davis and Alex Tyler will certainly try to give him a run for his money, and there's contact and he's off straight away. Jack Darton off into the tyre wall. Will he be able to get that kart going again? Seeming determined to get that back onto the track, but 2 karts left racing round then. That's William Davis and Alex Tyler, and Jack Darton looking destined for a 3rd placed finish here, but it is going to be Davies versus Tyler for the rest of this race, from the top bend heading towards the acceleration line and the start finish line. Across the line they do go now. Will Davis in the lead of this one. Darton has managed to get going again though, and going around buttons now. Hopefully we'll be able to complete this race, but Davis ahead of Tyler as things stand, and going into the horseshoe around the old named right hand bend, but newly named buttons bend, and the top bend now, where Alex Tyler tries to get a good exit to try and overtake William Davies, but in Billy's blind, Davis still maintains the race lead and only has Tyler to worry about as a competitor, with Darton half a lap behind. Around the horseshoe again, both of those drivers go, and into the top bend. Doesn't look like much change in terms of either race pace or position for these drivers at the moment. Tyler tries a similar move to the previous lap, but looks like once again it won't quite be able to come off. Will Davis looking maybe the slightly quicker of the 2 at the moment, holding on to that lead well. 1/10 of a second was the margin on that previous lap. Around the left-hander of the horseshoe and into the top bend once again to see if Tyler can overtake the number 89 of Will Davis, who is racing well in the lead of the race, and looking determined not to surrender that to the number 32. He's trying to go up the inside now though, and into the hairpin. Looks like he's made that move stick. Good move, just outbraking the number 89 of Davis and up into the lead of the race. Past the old finish line, now into the top bend once again, and the fastest section of the straight. But there's a bit of contact there from Will Davis on the rear bumper of Alex Tyler. Looked like he might have been going out for a second, but Tyler manages to keep control of the kart throughout that little scare. I'm sure he felt that one. But Will Davis struggling to get past the number 32 again. Alex Tyler in the lead of the race, and with 6 laps gone and 2 minutes 45 left on the clock, it's looking good for him. But Jack Darton does hold the fastest lap though, a 36.44. Arguably he hasn't got the other drivers to squabble with, so that open air will give him a great opportunity to carve out those better times. But you do wonder how he would be doing if he was really in the fray with the other 2 karts there. Alex Tyler in the lead of the race and out of the dirty air of Will Davis. Now has a Great opportunity to go on and take the win. The first win of the year in the senior TKM. And across the line, has the fastest lap as well, 36.14, belonging to Alex Tyler. Looking good for him to go on and really make the most of this opportunity he's been given in the lead of the race. Timer has hit 0 and the last lap board will be out for Alex Tyler, who has made this race look easy. Will Davis in second place, over 3 seconds behind him. He has raced very well, Tyler, to get into the lead of the race and create that gap. Jack Darton, despite racing fairly quickly in behind there, he's got a faster lap time than Will Davis. That spin early on in the race has resulted in him never really being likely to catch up to either of the top two. Tyler takes the win in the first race of the season for the senior TKM. The checkered flag goes for him ahead of Will Davis, 3.5 seconds the margin. Jack Darton will come across the line in third, and that concludes the senior TKM heat number 1. We move on to race number 7 next, which will be the 177 and 177 Masters. The 177 and 177 Masters are out on track and will be going underway at the end of the next lap due to the each of the races having those 2 warm-up laps. Cold and slippy conditions out there on the track means the spins we've seen in the warm-up lap for this one are very likely to not be the last ones of the day. Tricky conditions out on the track in this February meeting, first round of the 2017 championship. And we will be underway hopefully at the end of this one, but it will be Steve Nash on pole position, and he's starting alongside Vanny Noti with Marcus Basley and Gary Cox on row 2. Row 3 is Samuel Dix and Joe Walmsley with Sam Winter, Darren Rich, Dan Bushell and Ian Brown. The rest of the drivers out there competing in the 177 and 177 Masters are here today, past acceleration line, and it looks like we are away with the 177 and 177 Masters. There's an early incident and 2 karts off. Almost slow motion, the karts just heading backwards towards the tyre barrier, but they both managed to get going again. And luckily, it's early stages, so they have an opportunity to catch up. And there's another 2 karts off at the hairpin. Yellow flags being waved for those back markers who were just catching up there as a result of that early spin at Billy's. But 4 victims of perhaps the track, perhaps each other. But either way, 4 karts have been spinners early on in a dramatic beginning to this race. It's a great start by Dan Bushell though. 7 positions he's gained and up into the lead of the race now. Steve Nash from pole is in 2nd position and Samuel Dix is in 3rd. And number 77 of Sam Winter picks up a contact warning as well. Down in 9th place was a result of that one of those spins. And the number 25 also gets one, Noti, who started alongside Steve Nash. And he has also got himself a contact warning. It's right at the back of the field. He's got to be cautious how he races now, though. But the grid almost split into 2 different groups here, with the top 5 who are relatively spread apart, and then a battle between another 5 drivers who are all racing pretty close together. Number 14 of Gary Cox is leading that 2nd group, just about ahead of Ian Brown. But it's looking very good for Dan Bushell in terms of the race itself. Number 27 in the lead, and seemingly having no troubles from 2nd place Steve Nash as things stand. The number 39, who is slowly being caught by Samuel Dix. See the difference this time. In fact, Samuel Dix is caught up by 1/4 of a second on that previous lap, so Steve Nash could, by the well, a couple of laps time, really be under some pressure if he wants to try and maintain that 2nd place. Yellow flag still waving for the karts down into the hairpin. Maybe there's a I think there's a marshal just sorting out the tyre barrier there. And number 27 of Dan Bushell across the line. And he also holds the fastest lap at 35.84. Considering only one... Oh no, a few other drivers have just got below the 37-second mark now. But looked like a lot of the drivers were still hovering around the 37s for a couple of laps ago. Dan Bushell really creating a brilliant impression here from the lead of the race, and with no real pressure on him, he maybe will improve upon that lap time. Let's see if he can do that here. A 35.62 does improve by about 0.2 of a second, and it's looking more and more unlikely that any of the drivers will be able to catch him by the end of this race. From a great start to a great position, great times as well. Looking very good for Dan Bushell in the lead. So in terms of 177 Masters, it is Steve Nash who does lead the way in that particular class, on the same point system of course, but He is the highest placed master at the moment, ahead of Samuel Dix, who, as I've mentioned, has been catching him over the last few laps and is now just over a second behind, 1.1 seconds on that previous lap. But he is slowly reeling in the number 39. He fancies that second position, that's for sure. But Joe Walmsley in 4th place isn't so far behind. But Samuel Dix will be worrying about trying to get past Steve Nash as a priority. .44 Darren Rich is in 5th place. Gary Cox in 6th. Marcus Basley is in 7th in that E-plated kart. Sam Winter in 8th. 9th is Noti. Ian Brown rounding out the field. He is in 10th position. Just over a minute gone. Sorry, a minute to go. And it is Dan Bushell in the lead of the race who holds the fastest lap. Still set on lap 5. Hasn't been able to improve upon that. A 35.62. Samuel Dix, sorry, is trying to get past Steve Nash in 2nd position, but has been closing him in over the last few laps, but he's entering the latter stages of the race now and really will have to do well if he does want to get past Steve Nash, who knows his stuff when it comes to racing here at Clay Pigeon. Gap just under 0.7 of a second as we go below the half a minute mark left on the clock. Samuel Dix doesn't look like at the moment he's going to be able to quite catch up to Steve Nash. And in 4th place, Joe Walmsley with Darren Rich in 5th. 6th, Gary Coxon. 7th, Marcus Basley. Very close together, that group, actually, with Sam Winter in 8th place. 9th is Noti. Ian Brown in 10th position is coming across the line now. The only novice out there on the circuit and is almost half a minute behind the race leader. Last lap board out for Dan Bushell. The 39 of Steve Nash holding on to 2nd. Samuel Dix in 3rd. Tell you what, definitely the most competitive part of the field though is from about 5th place. It is the 5th, isn't it? Darren Rich, who's holding on to 5th place, but Marcus Basley is racing well in that E-plated kart, and he'll be looking to try and create an opportunity to get past and find himself in a higher position than he currently does. Checkered flag goes though. Dan Bushell takes the win. And manages to win well ahead of Steve Nash and Samuel Dix. Joe Walmsley in 4th, 5th Darren Rich with Basley, Winter, Cox and Noti. Ian Brown not quite crossed the line yet, but he will do in 10th place. Great win by Dan Bushell, with Dix not quite able to catch up Steve Nash to take that 2nd position. We are back once again then with the Honda Cadet, starting the second round of heats now, race number 8. And it is the second heat for the Honda Cadets. It's Kakaru Yeomans who is on the front row alongside Mitchell Gibbons, with Oliver Makepeace and George Walker on row 2. Jake Maynard and Connor Clifford are on row 3, with James Walker and Greenchart on row 4. Lisa and James round out the top 10 of the 25 karts, which remain in will start in this race of the 4 heats that we will see here. Each of the drivers will compete in 3 of those 4 heats. Exactly the same structure is in place for the Senior Max as well. I'll be going around one more time. It did look like a very, very fast start from the Honda Cadets. They were accelerating far before the acceleration line, that's for sure. We're told to slow down by the marshals now, but they're clearly very eager to go. And each of the drivers will be looking to try and get the best possible start that they can. It's number 88 versus 81 on the front row. And as each of the 25 drivers makes their way towards the start-finish line, looks like we will be away this time by. And indeed, we are racing. Each of the drivers managed to make their way, but there's a fairly big incident, a very big incident, in fact, with Billy's, involving maybe 5 or 6 or 7 drivers down at Billy's. Looks like several of the karts have managed to get going again, but 2 main victims who actually have to try and get the kart started once again. Looks like they will all be able to get going again, though. There was a fairly heavy amount of contact between each of the drivers, but none of them seem hurt, so we resume. As the first lap is coming to a close, though, focusing towards the start of the field, it's the number 81, Mitchell Gibbons, who's had a great start, overtaking Kakaru Yeomans from the start. James Walker up 3 to get into 3rd, with Connor Clifford in 4th place, also gaining 3 positions. Jake Maynard and George Walker each dropping a position, gaining 13 on the first lap. The biggest winner of them all in 7th place now, Lucas Ellingham, with Nathan Clifford in 8th place, gaining 6, and Aston Miller in 9th place, gaining 10. Ollie Tyler gaining 8 to get up into 10th place, the C-plated champion from the 2016 season. But all the karts very bunched up, of course. Very difficult to really separate yourself from the rest of the field in the Honda Cadets. The karts are so similarly powered. It's the slipstream is very effective due to the low power of the Honda Cadets. It means that the crowd stays pretty tight, and we experience some great, exciting racing, as we are now, with Mitchell Gibbons losing that lead. And now it's the number 8 of James Walker, who's had a fantastic start. Can't remember quite where he started, but he's up into the lead of the race now, the number 8, who's competing for the lead in the previous one. Couldn't quite get it, though, and now he's got a great opportunity to do that, with the number 14 of Connor Clifford in 2nd place. They get past the back marker, who was one of the victims in the fairly hefty incident at Billy's on the first lap, but has been blue flagged and gets out of the way of all of the drivers. But it seems the main battle at the front is between the top 6. That's a very tight group there. There's a small gap back to 7th place Joshua McLean, who gained 2 positions on that last lap, getting past Miller and Ellingham. Ellingham, after such an amazing start, getting 14 on the first lap, has actually dropped a couple on the last lap, and now down into 9th place ahead of Ollie Tyler, who's crept into the top 10 now. But it is still the number 8 of James Walker who has holding the lead. The only change in position within the top 10, in fact there's 2, is Ellingham and Tyler gaining a couple of positions there. But rounds they go, the right-hander hairpin sweeping into the horseshoe, the longer and wider corner. And it is still James Walker who holds the lead from Connor Clifford with 3.5 minutes to go, or just over. Number 93, Novice there. Jack Johnson coming across the line to complete his 4th lap as the drivers make their way past the start-finish line to complete their 5th. 3 minutes 20 seconds remain on the clock, and into the S's they go once again. Walker, Clifford, Gibbons is the order of the top 3. Kakaro Yeomans remains in 4th, with Maynard, Walker and McLean making up the top 7. And a great opportunity there, I think, for the number 14, Connor Clifford, to maybe get past James Walker. He got past the back marker with ease, did Walker, but Clifford maybe could have tried to carve something there, but at the moment it's looking good for the number 8 in the lead of this race. Number 14, Connor Clifford, is ahead of Gibbons and Kakaro Yeomans. There's a small gap there dividing those two groups, well, into those 2 groups. The 4 drivers split into 2 pairs as they make their way down the Sturmey Straight towards their hairpin. Towards the horseshoe they will go now. Number 8 of James Walker in the lead. And it is Connor Clifford still very much on the tail of him. It looks like that battle for 7 drivers has really turned into a battle for 5. As across the start-finish line they go once again. Then is a lot of pressure from Gibbons on Clifford. See if he can make a opportunity himself here. Around the S's they go, and across the Sturmey Straight and into the hairpin once more. Contact warning for the number 5. That's Ellingham, who had that amazing start, but is down into 10th place now and has a contact warning under his belt. So has got to be cautious as to not get too many of those and get the black flag excluding him from the results of this race. Number 27, Ethan Leader, struggling for pace at the back of the field there. 25th at the moment, where that kart did take some damage in the first corner. That's far from impossible. Yeah, he has struggled from the first corner incident, has a bent track rod, and therefore is struggling for pace at the back. Ethan Leader, of course, usually one of the more competitive drivers, always there or thereabouts, certainly around the top 10. And now being lapped by some of the drivers who are now battling right at the front. The top 3, and the top 4 having a really good squabble here. James Walker and Clifford having a particularly close battle with McLean and Gibbons in behind as well. Kakaro Yeomans has dropped off slightly in the number 88 and not quite in the immediate fray of the top 4, which is at the moment chopping and changing a lot. McLean overtaking Gibbons on that previous lap, and into Buttons now they go in that short straight, taking them from Buttons to the top bend, which in turn takes them down to the start-finish line, which in this time will mean they complete their 10th lap with 3 seconds left on the clock, and they'll go across the line now, meaning this will be the penultimate lap of this race. Currently the order is Walker, Clifford, McLean and Gibbons. Number 76 of Joshua McLean. He's just in behind Clifford. He's made good progress throughout this race, but in these latter stages, can he try and overtake now? He can't quite do it. He's stuck on the outside, and Clifford manages to maintain second for now. Opportunity for Gibbons to try and get past as well, but couldn't quite do so. James Walker in the lead of the race though, and he's got it. The 3 karts and the very, very nearly on the grass there, but I was surprised that the checkered flags out. I thought they had one more lap, but very close as well. That next battle from 6th down to, what's that, 11th place, and all very much bunched in together as well. But they've been very, very close indeed throughout the race, haven't they? That 6th place battle, but the top 4 very close indeed. As number 14 Connor Clifford pushed out into the exit to the pit lane, and had to make sure he took evasive action to not go onto the grass, which could have resulted in a crash. But it is James Walker who does take the win by over a second. In fact, for him, it was just able to escape a little bit from that group. But Mitchell Gibbons and Joshua McLean and Connor Clifford having a brilliant battle. across the line side by side, and a good win for James Walker. Back with this Senior Max now then. Their heat number 2, the other large grid of the day. Very large indeed. And again, over 20 drivers in this particular heat. There will be 4 heats for the Senior Max as well. You can look forward to heats 3 and 4 later on in the day. In races number 16 and 21, it will be the final heat of the day as well, the Senior Max, in the drivers who haven't yet competed in the 3. But once again, this will be another opportunity for the drivers to get as good a grid position as they can for the final. The higher the position in the heat will establish the position in the final. But on the front row, we have Philip Howarth ahead of Alex Kite, with Luke Oliver and Amelia Vincent. They've been told to go around one more time before this race does get underway, but gives me an opportunity to read out more of the grid. So Luke Oliver alongside Amelia Vincent on row 2. Row 3 is Ray Harris and Benjamin Gilbert, with Cole Edwards and Ethan Haynes on row 4. Benjamin Chick and Will Roberts round out the top 10, with Jodine Newman and Carl Bryant on row 6. Kieran Shanks and Oliver Holden 13th and 14th, with Brightman West and Thomas Martin 15th and 16th. Harry Barker, Harriet Stiles, Derek Hunt, Luke Chard Maple, Savannah White-Bent and Daniel Blackman round out the rest of the field of the 22 drivers who are out here on the track. In fact, I think it's 21, not quite sure that White-Bent is out there on the track, so it looks like it might be 21 drivers, but regardless, a very large grid, and I'm sure we'll be in for some exciting racing. Hayworth versus Alex Kite on the front row, and 7 minutes of the Senior Max second heat get underway, and there's an incident between 3 of the carts early on in Billy's, and there's a yellow flag out for each of those carts, but they do manage to get going once again. Great stuff from one of the drivers, might have been from the front row. You would assume from the front row, maybe is Hayworth, the number 66, and yeah, it is indeed. So has a brilliant start from pole position, able to really establish himself as the leader of this race, and well, is in the lead now and not struggling at the moment, but it's very early days. Yellow flags were out for Billy's in that last lap, and now they're out once again. 2 carts go off backwards into the tyre barrier on the entrance to Billy's. Whether that was a coming together, it looked like it could well be. The grip is so poor down there today, it's very, very difficult indeed to manoeuvre around that corner without having any kind of skidding whatsoever, which of course does rub off the speed, but regardless, it's going to be almost impossible not to do so. The number 97, Alex Kite, is off at the side of the track here. Very unusual place to come off on the left, just next to the left-hand kink in the pit straight, just before the start-finish line. Very unusual indeed to see someone off there, but looks like there might have been another driver responsible for his actions, perhaps. Just over 5 minutes remain, though, and it's Hayworth who holds the lead, and very comfortably so at the moment. Luke Oliver in second place ahead of Cole Edwards, who's got pressure from Ethan Haynes in fourth. Ray Harris and Kieran Shankter in fifth and sixth, with Thomas Martin, Carl Bryant, Ari Barker and Daniel Blackman rounding out to the top 10. Doesn't look like there were any changes in order on that previous lap, which is unusual to see in a grid this large, but still a lot of close battles on the circuit, including Thomas Martin defending from Carl Bryant, and we know that Thomas Martin is a brilliant racer, of course, as shown by last season, and he's battling now in 7th place to hold on to that 7th place. That is a very large grid today, with some of the fast drivers around the country making an appearance at Clay. Yellow flag still out for Billy's Blind. No overtaking in that corner, but now there's contact between two of the drivers at Billy's. Luckily neither of them go off, but that was contact between the number 25 and 17, I believe. Will Roberts and Brightman West coming together. Luckily neither driver does go off. We don't want to see the drivers going off, of course. We want to see them on the track. And good racing is close racing. Drivers throughout the race. Cole Edwards in 4th place, just behind Ethan Haynes, now managed to get past on that previous lap, and has done well to slightly open up that gap between himself and Edwards. Oliver and Hapworth are the current top 2. And see an opportunity there taken by the number 31 maybe, Sean Maple being taken. And it is Benjamin Gilbert ahead of Derek Hunt and Will Roberts, now getting past those drivers on his previous lap. So Gilbert up into the top 12, but in terms of the top 10, Oliver Holden has now moved into that position ahead of Daniel Blackman, the novice, who is up into 11th place now. So gaining several positions. Certainly looks like a very promising racing career for Daniel Blackman, being on novice plate. And he'll be hoping to resume his senior max career in equally as good form as he started it. Philip Hayworth in the lead, though, and over 2 seconds his advantage from Luke Oliver, the number 77, who's been his closest competitor throughout the day. But there's not a lot of a difference between Oliver and Haynes. Doesn't seem like that gap is very big whatsoever, and the number 77 of Oliver may have to watch out with just over 2 minutes to go into the S's and down the semi straight once again. Another pass going on in the hairpin for around 7th, 8th position, looks like, but there's so many battles going on throughout the field, possible to keep track of them all really. But Kieran Shanks ahead of Ray Harris is a change for 6th place. 1 minute and 35 seconds remain on the clock. Best lap does belong to our race leader. That was a 35-1 set by Hayworth. Only 2 retirements, I think, so far in this race, meaning 19 drivers remain out on the circuit. Not bad at all. And just over a minute to go before it looks like Hayworth will be greeted by the checkered flag. A lot can still happen, though, and the commentator's curse has certainly happened more than a few times over the last few years. Hoping for Hayworth's sake, it doesn't come out again in this particular race. But Luke Oliver and Ethan Haynes in second and third, and that battle is becoming even closer than it has been on previous occasions. They make their way towards the start-finish line once again. Less than half a minute to go on the clock, and Oliver versus Haynes could be the one to watch. For second position, Haynes trying to create an opportunity to get past Luke Oliver, the number 77, who's held second place for pretty much the entirety of this second heat. Now the left-handed horseshoe and the right-hander buttons into the other right-hander, the much wider sweeping bend where the exit is so crucial to get maximum speed down towards Billy's blind, and he goes wide and he outbrakes himself and onto the grass, and he spins out as Luke Oliver and the number 77 excuse me, spins out and loses several positions down into, I think, 5th position now, but just drifted out wide, got 2 tyres on the grass and spun out. Managed to continue, but that does mean that Luke Oliver is gifted with second position. Checkered flag comes out, and Philip Hayworth made that look easy, taking the win in the number 66. Ethan Haynes takes second, with Cole Edwards and Thomas Martin in third and fourth. Luke Oliver will come across the line in 5th after a disappointing finish, unfortunately. Oliver Holden and Kieran Shanks 6th and 7th, and Ari Barker was right on the bumper of Kieran Shanks that time by. Ray Harris in 9th, and Daniel Blackman in 10th across the line. Will Roberts in 11th, 12th, Benjamin Gilberts with Harriet Stiles in 13th. Derek Hunt in 14th for his second ever race after the 20 years in senior TKM, spent in senior Rotax. Jordan Brightman West in 15th place, Carl Bryant in 16th, 17th, Amelia Vincent, and 18th, Jodine Newman. And that means that the 18 finishers of the 21 carts has started is Philip Hayworth, who takes the win at the end of a very exciting race ahead of Ethan Haynes. Minimax Heat 2 is going to get underway shortly. The 11 drivers will be hoping to make an impact on their second race of the season. It's Tiernan Rourke on pole, and alongside him James Watson, with Sean Cuss and Tom Adams on row 2. Jarno Ottavianelli alongside Michael Salmon on row 3. 7th and 8th are William Hicklin and Sebastian Marlowe, with William Ellswood, Harvey Thornley and Charlie Blackman as the rest of the drivers. The 11 drivers who will be competing in this Minimax race. And down towards the acceleration line, being told to slow down, but they are going regardless. And the 7 minutes has begun. One of the cars straight off and spins across the grass, But we'll be looking to try and rejoin. No grip at all on the grass, and will very much, I would assume, need a hand to get that kart going once again. But 10 karts still remain out on the circuit. And it's a good start by the number 64, I believe that is, who is now up into the lead of this one. James Watson from second place, the front row of the grid though. And he has a early lead here alongside the number 17 of Tom Adams, who's trying to make that move, and he does now manage to get back into the lead. Well, I say back into the lead. He gets into the lead for the first time of the race. Number 64, Watson, into second place now. The top two have created their own little battle, separating themselves slightly from third place Tin and Rourke. Adams and Watson battling, and it is Adams who holds the advantage at the moment, just ahead of James Watson. And in the lead of the race, Adams, what can he do to prevent any of the other drivers coming through? Tin and Rourke is a small way back, as I've mentioned, from the top two, but then fourth and fifth place. A close battle. There's a contact warning for the number 19, and that's William Ellswood in fifth place. Had a competitive race last time out, but this time has a contact warning under his belt, so must be careful. Out of the top end and towards the start-finish line, it's the number 17 of Tom Adams who leads away from James Watson as the lap before. Sebastian Marlowe is in third, with William Ellswood and Tin and Rourke in fifth, slowly dropping down the order, unfortunately, for him. Michael Salmon in sixth, Sean Cuss in seventh, and Otto Nelly in eighth place. Then comes the highest place novice of Harvey Thornley, with Charlie Blackman, and William Hicklin has managed to get going again, I believe, but is just over a lap behind, so will be struggling to catch up to the rest of the field, that's for sure. Just under 4.5 minutes to go, and it's still Tom Adams who does lead the way. James Watson is in second place, number 64. Third is Sebastian Marlowe, but not quite on in the same group as the top two. William Ellswood is in fourth place, with Tin and Rourke in fifth. 1 minute 35 seconds left on the clock, and still Tom Adams does lead the way. Sebastian Marlowe in second position, but William Ellswood managed to get past James Watson on that previous lap. Does look like James Watson has slightly dropped off the pace over the last couple of laps, just enabling the other karts to get ahead of him, but he still sits in 4th place, ahead of Tin and Rourke by a fairly considerable distance. But with that change in pace, let's see if he can retake those positions he's lost with just over a minute left on the clock. And only a few laps left in it now before Tom Adams, who is in the lead of the race, to hopefully for him maintain his lead. But the 4 karts at the front are far from apart from one another, and just over a second separates them across the line. We could be in for another exciting finale here. That's been very much a theme so far in this month. Some really great finishes to some races so far. Let's see if this one can produce a equally spectacular finish, with Sebastian Marlowe in 2nd place. 3rd is William Ellswood, and James Watson is in 4th position. 4 drivers from the front of the field looking as racy as you can there. Well, this time is going to hit 0 imminently, which means that the next lap will be the last one. Let's see if there can be any changes in order within the top 4. Watson having a little go at Ellswood there, but I don't think that's a pass that maybe will quite happen. Into the top bend they go once again, down the start finish straight, and over the line to complete their 12th lap, last lap now, and around the S's and onto the Sturmey straight is the number 17 of Tom Adams, who does still hold the lead. Sebastian Marlowe is just not quite close enough to get to the back of number 17, is he? Not going to quite be able to catch up to the current race leader, who is led for the vast majority of this race. William Ellswood is in 3rd, with 4th place James Watson, but I don't think Watson's going to be able to overtake either. There's going to be no changes in order, and the checkered flag is out for Tom Adams, who takes the win ahead of Sebastian Marlowe. William Ellswood takes 3rd, ahead of James Watson, with Tin and Rourke in 5th, with little company either side of him in the end. Tin and Rourke. Michael Salmon concludes his race, but fairly far behind Rourke, 5 seconds in fact. And Sean Cuss in 7th place, ahead of Charlie Blackman, who is the highest finishing novice there, with Jarno Ottavianelli in 9th, Harvey Thornley in 10th, and William Hicklin in 11th. Also a fairly close battle at the rear of the field, but Tom Adams does take the win by just 0.23 seconds ahead of Sebastian Marlowe. William Ellswood and James Watson were also in the running. The IAME cadets are out on track and ready to go for their second heat of the day. And it's Cameron Crockett who will start on pole position, the number 88, alongside Jake Sherry. Those two had a great battle last time out. Crockett just about losing out to Sherry in the end, and he'll be determined for it to be the other way around this time. Louis Johnson-Cool is ahead of Luke Watt, and the three novices, Noah Hadley, Lucas Field and Alexander Senna, make up the rest of the field there. That is what the grid looks like, but we focus on the race itself, which is due to start pretty shortly. Not quite sure that was a legal start there, was it? It looks like it was, but the number 77, a early spinner there. Looks like we will be underway then, and the number 88 with a good start to get ahead. But looks like it already may have been overtaken by Luke Watts, number 35, who's looking certainly the most racy of these drivers. And Luke Watts, from the lead of the race, is now holding already a gap back to the number 88 of Cameron Crockett, with Lucas Fields in third. Fourth is Noah Hadley, with Johnson-Cool in fifth. Senna is sixth, and Shuri in seventh. Luke Watts in the lead of the race, though. He'll be determined to, I'm sure, take the win once again. Of course, last time he won by over 20 seconds. And while I doubt we'll see a repeat of that, it would certainly not be far-fetched to think about a large margin of victory once again. He's ahead of Cameron Crockett now. And Crockett struggling to compete with the number 35, who's, of course, also racing in the Hondas as well as IAME's today. Whether he'll be competing in both championships remains to be seen, but for today at least, he's in each of the classes. Lucas Field is in third in that novice there, novice number 78. Noah Hadley in fourth, Johnson-Cool in fifth, and Senna in sixth. Jake Shuri in seventh, of course. He was the spinner on lap one, but has caught up fairly well to the back of Noah Hadley, who's his nearest competitor, and he potentially has an opportunity to get himself a couple of positions further up the field by the end of this race. Still 4.5 minutes to go. 35 of Luke Watts does lead the way, though, from Cameron Crockett with the fastest lap as well. Luke Watts 42.41. Crockett has a 42.6. The Minimax Heat 2 is about to get underway, and it's Sophie Jeffrey alongside Sylvain Vessier with Gemma Hepworth, Michael Goodburn, Oakley Pryor, Bradley Watts, Hobie Atwood, Bailey Voisin and Connor Milkins as the competitors out there on the track. That was a grid order, and we look forward to the race. 7 minutes long, which will be underway shortly. As they make their way then towards the start-finish line, we are away. Off we go with these racers, and already the crowd splitting into two distinct groups from the first corner. Not very often you see that, but the number 24 of Gemma Hepworth with a brilliant start and up into an early lead, but under some real pressure here. And around the hairpin, looks like there has been an overtaken towards a horseshoe. Once again, yellow flags out for one of the drivers who has gone off at the hairpin, but looks like Hepworth has lost the lead to another driver who I can't quite identify at the moment. Let's see as they come by this time. The number 60. So Oakley Pryor, winner of heat number 1, of course. He'll be looking to try and make it 2 out of 2. And the number 24 of Hepworth now has to settle for second place. Michael Goodburn in third. And Sylvain Vessier over 1.7 seconds behind in 4th place. Bradley Watts is 5th, or was on the end of that last lap, with Hobie Atwood in 6th. 7th, Jeffrey with Milkins and Voisin in 7th and 8th and 9th. Looks like there might be one retirement though. In fact, there is. So Bailey Voisin out of the race, unfortunately. Number 22 retiring at the hairpin. 5.5 minutes remain, and it's looking very good in the early stages here for Oakley Pryor to go ahead and take 2 wins out of 2. Gem Hepworth and Michael Goodburn in 2nd and 3rd, and they're looking like they could have a bit of a squabble here. Hepworth in 2nd place, but as there's some pressure from the number 12. Could there be a change within the top 3 in the next couple of laps? Michael Goodburn is looking pretty racy and determined to get past Gemma Hepworth for that 2nd place, but Oakley Pryor at the moment in the lead. No one can threaten him in this class today, in this kind of form that he's in. 35.3, so that's the fastest lap of the race as well. None of the other drivers able to match, well, and no one else able to get under 35.5 seconds. One retirement, as I've already mentioned, Voisin, and the rest of the drivers still out on circuit and looking to try and improve on their current positions, apart from Oakley Pryor, who will be very eager to hold on to the lead, which he has, to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the number 60. He heads down towards the hairpin once again, being chased, but not by particularly closely by Gemma Hepworth, who's almost 3 seconds behind now. Difference between Pryor and Michael Goodburn is 3.05 of a second. And back to Connor Milkins, already over 15 seconds the advantage the race leader has. But with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, it looks like at half race distance, Oakley Pryor already seeming to have this one not wrapped up, but certainly leaving few to question who will go on and be by far the most likely to take the advantage here. Number 12, Michael Goodburn, has got past Gem Hepworth. That's a change for 2nd. Good burn up into second position now. Hepworth down to third. Will there be any other changes throughout the field? Looking like a quite spread out field this time. And we'll see any changes that may happen in the next 2.5 minutes before the last lap board will come out. Just under 10 seconds to go then. It seems almost like a foregone conclusion that Oakley Pryor was destined to win this race. He's driven so well over the last couple of races, and we're looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 when their race is on later. Their race, which will be race number 19. And like that one, this one will be followed by the senior TKM, so they are up next, followed by the 177 and the 177 Masters. But we are now on the last lap here with the Junior Max in their second heat. Connor Milkins has gone into the pit on the previous lap, not quite sure why that is, but means that Hobie Atwood gains a position to go up into 7th now. Oakley Pryor does take the win though, takes 2 wins out of 2. Ahead of Michael Goodburn, who concludes his race 5 seconds behind Oakley Pryor. Jem Hepworth in 3rd, ahead of Bradley Watts. Sylvain Vessier in 5th, 6th, Sophie Jeffrey, and Hobie Atwood in 7th. So the senior TKM lineup once again for their second heat is Tyler, Davis and Darton. And we are now going to get underway. Well, not quite. It's underway at the end of this lap. We'll be ready to go once again. And Alex Tyler will be looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. See if he can repeat his feat of winning in the first heat once again. But the 3 drivers will be making their way towards the top bend and down onto the pit straight. Alex Tyler alongside Will Davis, alongside the number 93 of Jack Darton, who of course spun out early on in the race last time. Let's see if all 3 of the drivers will stay together this time. Alex Tyler will be looking to try and escape, but if we see all 3 of the drivers competing, that may not be the case. Into the horseshoe they go for the first time. The order: Tyler, Darton, Davies. Will Davis, the number 89, who's at the back of the field, also competing in Super 1 this year. And whether he'll fancy his chances here, not sure, but Alex Tyler got the better of him in the first heat. Hopefully for Davis that won't be 2 heats out of 2, but Jack Darton's also well in the mix this time, with just over a minute gone. Down the start finish straight, there you go, past the line and towards Marshall post number 2, into the sweeping right and then left-handed S's, and then onto Sturmey straight towards the, in my opinion, the trickiest corner of the circuit, the hairpin. And the horseshoe comes up next. Jack Darton, the number 93, behind Alex Tyler. Right-hander of Buttons leads into the top bend, in which that exit to get the maximum speed down the fastest part of the circuit, the pit straight, is essential, which can often buy into so many opportunities for passes down at Billy's blind. And into the S's, onto Sturmey's once again go the karts. Tyler still holding the lead. No changes in the order as of yet. The only change has happened is Darton overtaking Davis, which was right at the start of the race. Davis really struggling to get on terms with the leading couple. Well, Darton is looking for an opportunity here. Is he going to be able to go up the inside? Takes a very sharp line, and Alex Tyler is going to be forced out wide. Not going to be able to cut back on the inside to get into the S's. He just didn't quite have enough room. Jack Darton, well played, into the lead of the race. Now, will this buy an opportunity for Will Davis to also get in the really in the mix and try and improve upon his own position, 3rd at the moment? Down the pit straight they go once more. Jack Darton in the lead with Alex Tyler in a very close second. Who holds the fastest lap? It is the race leader, Jack Darton, a 36.13. That was set not on the last lap, but the lap before, when he overtook Alex Tyler, interestingly. So despite having to overtake another kart, actually that was his fastest lap. Into the top bend they go once more. Down towards the start-finish line. Billy's blind quickly approaching. Jack Darton gets it right, defending well from Alex Tyler. It's a relatively tight line. Make sure Tyler can't dive up the inside, but this is an all-enabled Will Davis to catch up right to the back. As predicted, none of the karts really running away with this one. It's a close run affair, and it could go on for the rest of the time. Less than half of the race remaining now. 2 minutes 40. Number 93 of Darton does lead the way. And into the quick right left of the S's. No changes in position once again. But all on very similar pace. On that last lap, Tyler was 0.01 of a second quicker than Darton, and Will Davis was a tenth off the pace of Alex Tyler. So it certainly seems that Will Davis is maybe not quite in the same kind of form as the other two, but the other two very closely matched indeed. Jack Darton still holding on to the lead, takes a slightly wider line. Out to the S's and onto the Sturmy straight. They go once again then. Just over a minute and 10 seconds to go. And I'm not sure if I can see many changes taking place. It certainly seems that Will Davis is struggling to get out of that third place. He just maybe lacks that pace that the top two have today at the moment. And it's looking good for certainly one of either Jack Darton or Alex Tyler. But regardless of which one comes out on top, that still does give Alex Tyler the advantage at the moment. Heat 3 will be pivotal to decide which of these drivers will be on pole and where they will all start. But Jack Darton looking good for a first place potentially in this one to mean that Alex Tyler does not become the first racer in Senior TKM of this year to get 2 wins out of 2. On Sturmy straight they go once again then, and with less than 10 seconds on the clock, this will be the penultimate lap. Got to watch Alex Tyler and Jack Darton for just 1.5 more laps, and there could be some real excitement here if Alex Tyler really does want to get past and pushes. Could be in for a very exciting contest despite there only being the 2 of those. Now heading towards the start-finish line. Once again, Jack Darton, the number 93, he's going round the right-hander last lap now and into the S's once again, onto the Sturmy straight. Once again, Alex Tyler not quite close enough to the back of him to really make an impact on the race leader. Jack Darton will be heading towards his first victory of the season. And round Buttons Bend, past the old finish line and into the top end. Exit now so essential whether Alex Tyler will get that real crucial speed boost which you get by just exiting that corner correctly, but he can't quite do so. Jack Darton takes the win, and Alex Tyler second place ahead of Will Davis in third. Jack Darton with a great race there, just holding Alex Tyler at arm's length, making sure that he can't get near, and he wins the race by an eventual 0.34 of a second. The 177 and 177 Masters out on track now, and they're getting ready for their second heat. Joe Walmsley is on pole position with Darren Rich alongside Sam Winter and Marcus Baisley, with Vanit Noti and Dan Bushell on row 3, Gary Cox and Samuel Dix, and Steve Nash, Ian Brown round out the field. The 10 drivers out on circuit. Dan Bushell, such a comfortable winner in heat number 1, and let's see if he will make it 2 out of 2 in the 177s. Looks like we will be underway here. Joe Walmsley, the number 33, and there's contact and they hit someone, can't quite see who, but they managed to both get going again. 2 drivers involved, but one of them was the pole sitter, Joe Walmsley. E-plated kart of Marcus Baisley takes the early lead here. Number 77 of Sam Winter also getting a pretty decent start. So the number 23 of Ian Brown, he's out on the circuit as well. I'm just being told that his transponder isn't picking up, which is why if you're watching the grids you won't be able to see him, but he is there out there racing on the circuit at the back of the field just behind Joe Walmsley. I don't think he was the one involved in that incident with Walmsley, but at the back of the pack, and his position will be put in manually at the end of the race. But the E-plated kart, Marcus Baisley in the lead of the race, and Dan Bushell looking to try and make it 2 out of 2, but maybe having a bit of trouble with that at the moment. And in second place, Baisley a bit off colour maybe in the first heat, showing what he's worth more now, and if he can try and really defend from Dan Bushell, be in for an impressive result here. So we're coming up to the 4.5 minutes to go mark. Sam Winter remains in 3rd with Noti in 4th. Gary Cox is in 5th with Samuel Dix in 6th. Steve Nash in 7th position, and all the drivers, well, there's not really any majorly close battles going on the field, but that could all change, of course. 77 of Sam Winter in 3rd position. It's ahead of Vanny Noti, Gary Cox, Samuel Dix and Steve Nash. Darren Rich is in 8th position. Joe Walmsley in 9th. But as we come up to half race distance now, it's looking good for Baisley. Is he becoming under increasing pressure from Dan Bushell? Well, Bushell caught up by 0.04 of a second on that previous lap. So looks like there could be an opportunity for Baisley to go ahead and win this, because Bushell is closing in not quite at enough of a pace in order to really warrant worrying Baisley a huge amount, but still has to be cautious of the fact that he's less than half a second behind on that previous lap, and well, he looks closer again. He just needs to take those tiny little chunks out of time to really establish himself as a a firm challenger for 2 wins out of 2. But the E-plated car to Basley does still lead. Bushell is in behind. How much did he close in by that time? 0.05 of a second. 500ths of a second he was quicker. That shows how close and competitive this kart racing really is. He's taking tiny, tiny chunks out of Basley's time, but those little chunks are adding up to mean that he's closed in over a tenth over the last couple of laps, and that's really enabling him to get on the rear bumper of Basley and challenge the E-plated kart with his lead. 1.5 minutes left to go though. I'm sure that Basley and Bushell both had a look at that as they went past that time, but now Basley has been overtaken, so Bushell up into the lead of the race. And I didn't quite see the overtake, but it looks like it was done. And Billy's blind. Bushell up into the lead. Basley now having just been caught. And that is so difficult when you have been being caught over the last few laps to really get back in and retake that position, because of course the other driver has been quicker than you. So obviously if they have been quicker than you, then they might still maintain that pace throughout, and it's looking that way for Basley at the moment. I don't think he'll be able to really get past Bushell once again, and Bushell could be on for a second consecutive win here, which would be very impressive from the number 27, I'm sure. And well, that will be a brilliant result for him. He's also holding the fastest lap at the moment at 35.56, significantly quicker than Marcus Basley's 35.7. But none of the other drivers, I don't think, have got beneath the 36 mark, have they? Actually, there's a 35.95 from Gary Cox in 5th. But not a lot of time left on the clock. In fact, we are ticking down to 0 now. So this will be a 13-lap race. And we are now on the last lap, the last half a mile. That is the length of this circuit, 0.815 of a kilometre. And it's looking good for Dan Bushell, unless he makes a mistake in these last few corners. Basley is simply not close enough to make a move on the number 27 in order to get into the lead and into the top end. They go, heading down the pit straight towards the checkered flag. 2 wins out of 2 for Dan Bushell. Great racing from him. Marcus Basley second, third Sam Winter, Vanny Noti in 4th, 5th Gary Cox with Samuel Dix in 6th, 7th Steve Nash, 8th Darren Rich, Joe Walmsley in 9th. And it looks like 10th place is going to be who was that? Just try and find the name. Ian Brown, and rounds out his race in 10th position. But that was another great race by Dan Bushell, taking 2 wins out of 2 as we once again move our focus onto the Honda Cadets. As I have mentioned then, turning our attention onto the Honda Cadets, and once again a race with 25 drivers to enjoy. It is going to be Lucas Ellingham on the front row alongside Zach Walters, Cameron Ross and Joshua Whittington Couch on row 2. Row 3, Daryl Taylor and Archie Brown, with Harry James and Connor Clifford on row 4. Row 5 is Jed Murphy and Charlie Vaughan to round out the top 10. Ewan Charman, George Walker, Casper Scusa, Mitchell Gibbons and Koskan Irfan rounds out the top 15, and that is a very strong middle of the pack we have there, and we really could see some exciting racing here in heat number 3. Large amount of the crowd at the side of the pit straight. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be an exciting and close race from the youngsters here. Honda Cadets, away we go. Lucas Ellingham on the front row, and it looks like there's been an incident. One of the carts spun and hit, but another cart's off into the tyre barrier, unable to get going. One of them was also off but managed to rejoin the circuit. Yellow flags being waved. That kart driver just trying to get that started again, but looks like the marshal's going over to help, so hopefully we'll be able to get back into the race. Looks like we're going to be having another start though, and we will be going once again. That driver does manage to get going again, so we will be resuming with all 25 carts to have the restart. Lucas Ellingham on the front row. He'll be alongside Zach Walters. It's going to be another formation lap before we get underway with the 7 minutes of the third heat. Going around one more time, of course. Each of the carts trying to find their individual grid positions as we underway with these 25 drivers. Hopefully as soon as possible. From the top end they head now. And hopefully this time we will be racing with the Honda Cadets. It's the number 5 versus the number 77 on the front row. Zach Walters versus Lucas Ellingham. And from the start, doesn't look like there's any incidents on the first corner this time. So we have it, but now we have a spinner. There's contact between Ellingham and the number 77 of Zach Walters, who was in the lead. Spins, but luckily for him, manages to resume the race. Unluckily for him, he resumes the race, having lost several positions, and there's more contact. 4 drivers off at the hairpin. 5 drivers involved in that incident, I think, but they all managed to get going again. A bit of contact, bit of a squabble going on in the field. Looks like the number 24 is struggling as well, particularly. That's Cameron Ross. He was also fairly far up the field. But we do have the number 5 in the lead now. Just behind him, Archie Brown, the number 7. The top 2 starting to try and make a break from the rest of the pack. Up 15, Joshua McLean from that first lap, gaining 15 positions up into 4th. Also big winners, 13 positions gained by Oliver Makepeace, who's in 10th, and 12 by Ivan Lomlev, who's up into 6th place now, but several positions changing throughout the field. Also a very good start by Luke Watts, who's managed to find himself up into 12th, having gained 9. But the real big winner, Joshua McLean, up from, what's that, 19th to up to 4th. So a brilliant start from him. But at the moment in the lead is Ellingham, ahead of Brown. McLean is in 3rd, ahead of Charlie Vaughan, with Koskan Irfan in 5th. 6th is Ivan Lomlev, with Daryl Taylor in 7th. There's contact warnings being dished out amongst the crowd here. The number 12, Koskan Irfan, picks up a contact warning, as well as the number 28 of Ivan Lomliev. So both 5th and 6th both get themselves some contact warnings there. Got to be cautious not to the top 2 trying to separate themselves from the rest of the field here. 3rd place, number 76, Joshua McLean, a little bit left out from the action either side. Not quite close enough for 4th to battle him, but he'll have to catch up with the leading pair if he really does fancy a race win here. Lucas Ellingham and Archie Brown are 2 fierce competitors. It's going to be far from easy to get past both of those 2. And they go now past and, well, around the horseshoe once again into Buttons, and now heading towards the top bend. Onto the pit straight they come once more then. Ellingham from pole position, still leading this race, and Archie Brown offering a good competition for him. We've got McLean in 3rd place with Irfan in 4th, Lomliev and in 5th position with Charlie Vaughan in 6th, 7th Darryl Taylor, Luke Watts 8th, 9th Jake Maynard and Whittington Couch rounding out the top 10 as things stand. A few more changes throughout. Ethan Leader overtaking Ewan Sharman for 14th place on that previous lap. Still a lot of the field are very competitive and very close together, but the top 3 have definitely separated them out from Koskan Irfan in 4th, who is just not quite close enough to really get close to the top 2, close enough to make a move at the moment, but there's still a lot of time left for him to catch up, and he has been catching up over the last few laps. He catches up by 0.38 of a second on that previous lap, so he's faster than the top 2 and holds the fastest lap as well to prove it, to 41.46. Some of the other drivers able to get under the 41.5 mark. But 3 minutes to go now, and Archie Brown is having to do a bit of defensive work here. Actually, in fact, it looks like he's been overtaken, so Ellingham up into second, McLean, sorry, up into 2nd place, and is now the biggest threat for Ellingham, who leads this race. And from the top end, Ellingham might have some defending to do. McLean is looking incredibly quick in this race, and is doing very well indeed. Ellingham in the lead of this race may just about struggle to hold on, but out of the S's and onto the Sturmey straight they go. And suddenly Ellingham is under some real pressure. McLean's going to try and go up the inside. Is he? Not quite. Doesn't opt to this time. But as they make their way into the left-handed horseshoe, once again the order remains the same. But McLean is right on the back of the race leader. Is this going to enable Archie Brown to catch up to the top 2 as well? By the way, Ellingham is under some real pressure from the number 76, who's all over the rear bumper of the number 5. Now he is going to try and go up the inside, though, into the S's. Is he going to outbrake him? He is indeed, and manages to get in front. Good move. Ahead of Ellingham he goes, and into the lead of the race. Heading down towards the hairpin, and a good battle going on for 4th as well. Worth a watch. Irfan having to defend from Lomliev. Looks like that could be a pretty pivotal battle in the battle for the grid positions later on. Those 2 on a similar level, both very quick indeed. But as they make their way onto the pit straight once again, heading down towards the start-finish line to complete their 8th lap with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. He's going to try and retake the move. Is he? Ellington can't quite do it there, but now he's going to cut to the inside, and he's going to try and retake that position. Manages to do so, and he finds himself back into the lead of the race. So Ellingham gets past Joshua McLean for the first time in this race. McLean has been overtaken, and he'll be looking to try and retake the lead as soon as he possibly can. Going to go this way and that, and is he going to be able to get past Ellingham, though? He's going to try go up the inside once again. He's giving a real opportunity for Archie Brown to try and follow through as well, and as he goes into the S's, Archie Brown also moves through and gets up into 2nd place. Archie Brown just following Joshua McLean through that in that move, and manages to follow him through up into second place, Ellingham down into third, and the new race leader Joshua McLean will be doing everything in his power now to hold on to the lead for the final few laps here. Well, this will be the last lap, will it? It looks like, as they come across the line that now has hit 0, so last lap board is out, and Joshua McLean ahead of Brown, ahead of Ellingham. Brown drifts out slightly wide. Is he going to try and get past? Ellingham does indeed, so RG Brown loses another position down into third now, but Joshua McLean looking good to hold on to the lead. Archie Brown losing that position. Ellingham, will he be able to do anything to the race leader in the latter stages of this race? He's right on the rear bumper of the race leader. Ellingham on the back of McLean as they come down towards the finish line now. The checkered flag is awaiting one of these drivers. It looks like it's just about going to be McLean ahead of Ellingham, who can't quite get ahead. Archie Brown finishes in third. Koska Nerfan in fourth, just about ahead of Ivan Lomliev. They were very close at the end there as well. Charlie Vaughan in sixth. Seventh, Luke Watts with Darryl Taylor in eighth. Joshua Whittington Couch in ninth. And Zach Walters rounding out the field in, well, rounding out the top 10, sorry, 10th position. Casper Scusa in 11th with Oliver Makepeace 12th. 13th, Jake Maynard. Mitchell Gibbons in 14th. 15th, Harry James. Ewan Charman 16th. 17th, Connor Clifford and George Walker, Hugh Moulton and Jed Murphy rounding out the top 20. Ollie Stevens, Karen Ross and Holly Woolley, the other finishers. The highest placed novice, Hugh Moulton in 19th position. But brilliant race there by Joshua McLean. The top three constantly chopping and changing, but eventually the checkered flag does go to Joshua McLean ahead of Lucas Ellingham by just 0.07 of a second. So the Senior Max back out on track and ready and raring to go for their third heat. Of course, it's only 3 of 4 heats for these drivers, so some of their drivers out here this will only be their second heat and some will be their last. But on the front row we have Oliver Holden, the number 23. He's alongside 22 Derek Hunt with Tom Fuller and James Moorcroft in row number 2. Carl Bryans and Cole Edwards on row 3. Thomas Martin and Harriet Stiles on row 4 with Alex Kite and Morgan Rose rounding out the top 10. Let's see how this race goes. We are underway, are we, with the 7 minutes and the third heat of the Senior Max down towards Billy's. Looks like there's a spinner. Might be Cole Edwards, I recognise from the kart there. So unfortunately for him, a early spin there, but hopefully we'll be able to resume and has managed to join to the back of the pack. Arguably the best time to spin out means it buys you the optimum amount of time to catch back up and find your way back through the field again. But it's the number 23 of Oliver Holden who gets a very good start, and from the lead of the race is now controlling the rest of the field. Let's see what the number 53 of Tom Fuller can do about it. He's found himself up into second place here. James Moorcroft up into third. And Carl Bryant in fourth, Harriet Styles in fifth, sixth is Thomas Martin with Alex Kite in seventh, eighth Morgan Rose, Ray Harris in ninth, and Philip Hayworth in 10th position, rounding out the top 10. A brilliant win in the last race. Philip Hayworth in 10th place now and gained 6 positions from the start of that one. Also the big winner, gaining 8, Luke Oliver, who was the closest competitor of Hayworth in that race as well. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, just 1 minute and 20 seconds gone. And it's looking good in these early stages for the number 23 of Oliver Holden, who's ahead of Tom Fuller and James Moorcroft. And those two are actually having a squabble of their own, second and third. Tom Fuller ahead of Moorcroft, second and third, and then a gap back to fourth place Carl Bryant, and Harriet Styles leads another pack of carts around. It's looking like close affair there from fourth down to ninth position, I believe. And it's Thomas Martin making his way through, the number 69. He was in fifth on the end of that previous lap, but it looks like he's got a great opportunity now to find himself further up the field, and whether he will be able to get into the top 3, we shall see. Still a lot of time left in the race with this one. But 4.5 minutes left on the clock means that Oliver Holden is yet another minute closer to taking the win in this one, and it's looking good for him to do that. Number 21 of James Moorcroft is ahead of Tom Fuller. Thomas Martin is in fourth with fifth Harriet Styles. And then there is a fair gap back to sixth place Carl Bryant, who's controlling that pack, but in behind Morgan Rose. Actually might have just about got past. Of course, Morgan Rose, winner of Heat number 1. I don't think he was in Heat 2 though. So might be in Heat number 4 later on. But coming up to half race distance now. And Paul at that time by Carl Bryant, dropping 3 positions from 6th down to 9th. Morgan Rose, Hayworth and Kite all benefiting from that. Number 21 of James Moorcroft has managed to get past Tom Fuller. Excuse me. And Thomas Martin into 4th. But what can Thomas Martin do about the leading 3? Because he's certainly got the pace, hasn't he? Well, I mean, the fastest lap does belong to the race leader. Perhaps unsurprisingly so. He's got that clear air and a very good kart with a lot of driver ability mixed in as well, so you can hardly not expect him to be up there with the fastest lap times. But Thomas Martin has been moving through the field well and has only caught up Fuller ahead of him, hasn't lost any time, has only been gaining, and could be that James Moorcroft and Tom Fuller struggle to deal with Thomas Martin in a few laps time, but Thomas Martin certainly on the warpath at the moment, trying to overtake those two. But Harriet Styles is in 5th and may look for an opportunity to try and follow him through if she has an opportunity to do so. Just under 2 minutes to go then. Philip Hayworth has managed to get past Morgan Rose on that previous lap. The battle of the 2 victors so far. Well, it's looking very good for Oliver Holden to make it a third different winner in 3 consecutive races. Moorcroft ahead of Fuller, Martin and Styles, and that battle is becoming more and more inevitable. It's not going to be too long before the number 53, Tom Fuller, is potentially overtaken by Thomas Martin, number 69. He's only been catching up over the last few laps, and now he's got a real opportunity to get up into third place, albeit with Harriet Styles potentially making the most of the opportunity he creates as well. No changes in those 3 cars as things stand. Still remains Moorcroft, Fuller, Martin, followed by Styles. Really looking at the battle for third, looking pretty good that James Moorcroft will be able to take second behind Oliver Holden with less than half a minute left on the clock. Will be another 13 lap race. Now, though, Thomas Martin going up the inside. Looks like he's got that move. And up the inside of Fuller. Looks like Harriet Styles has done as I expected. And used Thomas Martin's move to follow through herself. And also gets herself up into 4th position. Thomas Martin, though, up into the final podium spot behind James Moorcroft. But behind by over 4 seconds, so oh no, not quite 4 seconds. Last lap board is out though for the drivers. And it is going to be a third different winner this year for the senior max. Takes a checkered flag. And Oliver Holden wins ahead of James Moorcroft with Thomas Martin in third. 4th, Harriet Styles. Tom Fuller losing out in the very much closing stages there. Unlucky for the 53. Morgan Rose comes 6th with 7th, Philip Hayworth and Alex Kite 8th. 9th, Will Roberts and 10th, Cole Edwards. looks like we're going to go around one more time for the Minimax third heat. This will be their third and final heat, unlike the last two races we've seen, which will have four. But this time, this is the final heat. This is the last opportunity for these drivers to get a good position, which will give them a better grid start in the final, which is worth, of course, the largest haul of championship points. Each of the heats, if you win, gives you 30 points, and then 29 points for second place, and so on and so forth. In the final, it's a much larger win bonus. Effectively, you will get a far more championship points should you go ahead and win in the final, which is why these qualifying heats effectively are so important for that grid position. And the third heat is usually the most feisty. So we are now away, and it's a bit of a slow start from each of the drivers, but it looks like we are going with the Minimax. And it's Michael Salmon alongside Sebastian Marlowe on the front row. IAME Cadets up after this race, of course, but we've got the Minimax and 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, as they will make their way round, almost on their way to completing their first lap. Though it was a good start by Michael Salmon, the number 87. He's got off to a flying start from pole position up into the... No, he's not in the lead of the race. I got mixed up there. It's in fact the number 97, Sebastian Marlowe. So Michael Salmon falling down into second, but still defending from William Ellswood, who of course we know is one to watch. But Sebastian Marlowe in the lead, and having a good start to this race, no doubt about it. William Ellswood in third. Fourth is Tom Adams, gaining 3 positions on the first lap, as did Tiernan Rourke, who's in 6th. With the number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe with a brilliant start ahead of William Ellswood and Tom Adams. James Watson is in 4th, but Michael Salmon drops to 5th in this third and final heat of the day. And as things stand, I'm not totally sure, but I think that William Ellswood will be taking second position. On the grid later on, but as the karts make their way down to complete their third lap, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, it is Marlowe who leads from Ellswood. Adams is in 3rd with Watson 4th, Rourke, Salmon and Cuss in 5th, 6th and 7th, with Charlie Blackman in 8th, Ottavianelli in 9th, and Hicklin in 10th. Blackman, that novice, doing well once again. Charlie Blackman in 8th position. Number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe in the lead, though, and has a little glance over his shoulder, but at the moment there's not much need to worry. He's got William Ellswood and Tom Adams not that far at bay, but certainly far enough that he doesn't have to worry about them overtaking him with immediate effect. He just needs to keep his foot on the gas and keep powering on to take the win in this one. Having said that, he's been caught up a lot over the last half a lap or so, and suddenly he's been overtaken. And William Ellswood, the number 19, out of nowhere, suddenly in the lead of the race. And Tom Adams also follows Ellswood through. Marlowe suddenly down into 3rd, when it really didn't seem like there was any danger just a lap or so ago. So whether he did have a little problem there, or does have a little problem there, that might need to be investigated. But James Watson is also right on the back of the ex-race leader now, and Marlowe has some potential defending to do here, the number 97, if he wants to hold on to 3rd place, because at the moment it's looking less and less likely that he's going to be able to find his way back into the top 2. Those top 2 themselves, though, are having a good little squabble. Ellswood ahead of Adams as things stand. Still an awful lot of time left in this one. Just under half the race time left on the clock. And the number 17 of Tom Adams right on the back of Ellswood. Is he going to try and make a move up the inside? Can't quite do it there. And they make their way around Billy's once again. And now on towards the S's and onto the Sturmey straight once again. And it's more defending from the number 97 of Marlowe from James Watson, He's really going to have to do a lot to keep him at bay till the final result of this race. But the fastest lap does belong to second place Tom Adams, a 36.36, and that's 0.2 quicker than anyone else. Anyone else's fastest lap, which is William Ellswood's 36.57, who of course leads the race as things stand. He's going to try and make a move with the inside. No, can't quite do it yet again. The number 19 of Ellswood keeps his lead for now. Tom Adams in second place. Both of them sporting a very similar kart, but both of them desperately wanting to take this win, which could be so influential for the grid positions later on. Ellswood in the lead ahead of Adams, and Adams each time looks like he's considering a move going down into Billy's, but never commits to it, never really creates that. Maybe he's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Doesn't want to, of course, get into any trouble, but now he does go up the inside, and what a perfect opportunity that is. Outbraking and just gets up the inside of Ellswood, up into the lead of the race. Defends on the inside line of the exit of the hairpin and around the horseshoe and into buttons and the top end. He does hold the lead of the race. Ellswood down into second place now. And I'll tell you what, the number 97 of Marlowe has not disappeared. He's very much lingering around the top two and has managed to keep James Watson at bay for a number of laps now. So whether he'll be able to maybe regroup his kart, really get it together again. That was a bit of a tongue twister, but try and catch up to the top two once more remains to be seen. But there just seemed to be a real lack of pace all of a sudden on Marlowe's kart a few laps ago when Ellswood and Adams did overtake him. It just seems that he really struggled to get that kart to go anywhere on that particular lap. So whether that was an issue which has now been resolved, because now he's racing on basically the same pace as the top two. Not long left in this race, and it is Tom Adams who does lead from William Ellswood. These latter stages coming up, 20 seconds left on the clock, meaning they will go around one more time. Minimax race not over yet, and they go across the line with just about 12 seconds left on the clock, so they'll get to about the hairpin before the time fully goes out. There we go, 0 seconds left on the clock, meaning they'll have one more lap after this one. Novice of Charlie Blackman, number 27, into 8th. So again, doing well for the novice driver there. Adams, Ellswood, Marlowe, Watson, the order. And doesn't look like there's going to be many, if any, changes in that order. The closest two, by far, are Marlowe and Watson. And there's a good little squabble going on at the back of the pack there. The number 18 of William Hicklin trying to get past Thornley. Both attacking Ottavianelli for that 9th position. But it's looking like this race is pretty much decided on positions now as they make their way towards the checkered flag. It is going to be a win for Tom Adams. He takes the checkered flag ahead of William Ellswood. Not much in it in the end, the gap only 0.6, but it's still a win which Tom Adams will be very happy with indeed. Sebastian Marlowe in 3rd, James Watson in 4th. the IAME Cadets out on track and ready to go for their third heat. They will be hopefully going at the end of this lap. We've got Luke Watts on pole position, who won the first heat so comfortably and had much more of a problem getting past Cameron Crockett in heat 2, and in heat 3, well, he'll be looking to make it yet another win for the number 35. Alongside him is starting Jake Shurry, then Cameron Crockett with Louis Johnson-Cool, Alexander Senna, Noah Hadley and Lucas Fields make out the novice end of the grid. So that is what the grids look like. Let's focus on the race itself. Being that position on the grid won't mean so much with a smaller field as well, and we are racing, but the back two novices struggling to get the acceleration there at the crucial moment. Number 35, in fact, might have been caught up in a little incident there. No, Luke Watts, he does manage to get away, so no problem for him. The pole sitter does manage to get away safely. Number 59 of Louis Johnson-Cool is in second place as things stand, but you imagine one of either Shurry or Crockett will be soon to take that position. Six minutes 10 left on the clock. One lap completed. It's looking good though for another win for the number 35, doesn't it? Luke Watts, he's driving very well at the moment, and none of the other drivers able to quite match up to that kind of form. The Louis Johnson-Cool though, he's doing better in this race. He's in second place now, and from heat 1 and battling with the novices, now up into second position and keeping Cameron Crockett at bay, who managed to defend against Luke Watts for a fair amount of time. That's a good improvement from the number 59, which is always good to see. If you're not improving, then well, improving is the only thing you really want to get out of a day. Keep on improving in the performances there. Takes quite a narrow, tight line into the horseshoe. Number 35, Luke Watts, at the moment though, having no trouble whatsoever. At half race distance now then, and Luke Watts continues to dominate, and see if another 20-second win margin is the course of the day for him. But still holding on to second place is Johnson-Cool. He's ahead of Cameron Crockett, who is ahead of Shurry, and the three novices, Fields, Hadley and Senna. Looks like there's been two carts involved in the incident though on the exit of Billy's, and Coming into the S's, let's see. It is Johnson Coles just saying about how he was doing better than in the previous heats and gets involved in an incident. So unfortunate for the number 59. Manages to rejoin the field though and isn't out of the race. So can take at least a small amount of positivity from that. The number 78 of Lucas Field also involved in that incident. It seems that the other two novices are fairly behind. No, it's just the one novice is fairly far behind of Alexander Senna. And Luke Watt is coming up to lap him. Number 35 having another stormer of a race. By far the fastest lap. 41.89. No one else has got below the 43.9 mark. So 2 whole seconds slower in fastest lap times, and the gap now 17.5 seconds between Luke Watts and his nearest competitor, Jake Shuri, in second. And there's another spinner here, right in front of the commentary box, number 78 at the horseshoe. That's Lucas Field, just seems to get it spun round all on his own, unfortunately. But manages to rejoin the race, and all 7 karts do remain racing. Most of the karts out there on the circuit fairly distributed out, not many close battles going on. The closest seems to be Shuri, Crockett and Hadley. And they're in 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. Making their way down the pit straight once again. Just under 1 minute ticked over on the clock there. Last lap now for the IAME, and it's the, of course, the 3rd heat for them as well. And Luke Watts has already gone across the line to start his final lap. So far ahead of 2nd place Jake Shuri, and he's now coming across the line, over 23 seconds behind. Luke Watts will come across the line, take the checkered flag. He's just about going to pip the back marker to the line, is he? Seems to put up a little bit of a fight there, but the number 35, Luke Watts, does take the win. Jake Shuri will come 2nd, and Cameron Crockett and Noah Hadley in 3rd. Race number 19 now, and it is the third and final heat for the Junior Max. And it's going to be Michael Goodburn on pole alongside Jem Hepworth, Oakley Pryor and Bradley Watt on row 2. Sylvain Vessier alongside Sophie Jeffrey on row 3, with row 4 Connor Milkins and Hobie Atwood. Bailey Voisin starts at the back of the field. But will be underway shortly in this class. Oakley Pryor, having won 2 races so far today, will be looking to make it 3 out of 3, 90 points on the board. Can't get more perfect than that to the start of a season, and it will give him a great opportunity to take the maximum haul of points in a day and the win in the final. He's starting in 4th here. Will he have any trouble getting through the field? Well, no one's really challenged him throughout the day so far. He's had a comfortable day for his standards. Oakley Pryor has driven very well though, has got that kart set up like a dream, and it looks like we are going to be underway now. And it's a great start by Oakley Pryor, already up into the lead of the race. No one else able to threaten him and get up the inside, and Pryor up into the lead. Number 12, Michael Goodburn from pole position, falls down into 2nd place. And it looks like Jem Hepworth as well has dropped that position. Number 17, Bradley Watts. It seems that the rest of the field actually has pretty much stayed in the positions they were in, apart from Oakley Pryor overtaking them up into the lead of the race, and he'll be looking to get away. Maybe it'll be a battle between himself and Watts in the previous race to see who can get the biggest win advantage. But very early days. Oakley Pryor, though, already has escaped. And Michael Goodburn in 2nd place. His nearest rival is under far more pressure from Jem Hepworth than he is pressuring the race leader. Hepworth offering a good amount of competition here, with the number 17 of Bradley Watts ahead of Sylvain Vessier. Those 4 drivers pretty close together, and that battle for 2nd could be the one to watch throughout the race. And into the hairpin, that battle goes, and around the sweeping left-hander of the horseshoe. Buttons, and then the top bend. Still the order remains the same, with coming up to 2 minutes gone. No changes in order, apart from Pryor overtaking Goodburn and Hepworth off the front of the grid. But Connor Milkins has overtaken Sophie Jeffrey, so that's one change. Milkins, the novice, ahead of the non-novice number 90, Sophie Jeffrey, who does drop that 1 position. But all 9 karts still out there on the track. Again, no changes in position as of yet, really, of real significance in this race. No changes in that battle for 2nd, which, as I've mentioned, is by far the closest battle out there on the track. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock now, though. Best lap belongs to the race leader, 35.02. Next fastest, a 35.3, so he's 3/10 quicker than his nearest competitor, Jem Hepworth, who conveniently is stuck behind the number 12 of Michael Goodburn as well. So looking very good for a hat-trick of victories for Oakley Pryor. He'll be carrying maximum haul of points and pole position into the final later on if things stand like this. At the moment it's looking more increasingly likely that they will. Battle for third is maybe heating up slightly. Hepworth and Watts. Bradley Watts did close in by just 400ths of a second on that previous lap, but those 400ths of a second are taking chunks out of Jem Hepworth's gap that they established ahead of Bradley Watts. And let's see this time if he can take more of that gap and try to catch up and maybe get up into third place and threaten Michael Goodburn, which Hepworth has been unable to do. But Bradley Watts did actually lose a bit of time on that previous lap, so not maybe quite able to get there yet, but on running very similar pace to Hepworth as things stand. Around the horseshoe they go once again, the number 17 of Bradley Watts going very, very wide there actually into the horseshoe. Had a little readjustment on something in the kart. Maybe had a little bit of an issue there, but that won't help his cause of trying to get into the top three, that's for sure. Yeah, at least TKM was fairly close. Is the last lap of the race. Now then, Oakley Pryor extending out his lead to 5 seconds now. And while that lead isn't anywhere near as significant as in the previous race, for example, it's still just comfortable enough that he really doesn't have to worry about any competition from anyone else. Just opening up that lead little bit by little bit each lap. And Bradley Watts catching up to Jem Hepworth quite significantly on that last lap by 0.3 of a second. This guy speaking in the speaker, so I thought I'd speak on the stream. But the checkered flag does go. It's a win for Oakley Pryor, and he takes the fastest lap as well, 34.97. That was set on lap number 9. And Michael Goodburn second, Jem Hepworth third, and Bradley Watts in fourth. Sylvain Vessier fifth. It's going to be Connor Milkins coming across the line in sixth as the highest place novice, with Sophie Jeffrey, Hobie Atwood, and Bailey Voisin as the rest of the field. Out now on track, though, we've got the Honda Cadets, and it is race number 20. They're out on track. The 4th heat for them, and the last chance for any of the drivers who are out here competing to really establish themselves and get as good a grid position as they possibly can for the final. As the grid stands, it is Nathan Clifford on the front row alongside Sebastian Bloch, Luke Watt and Ivan Lomliev start on row 2. Joshua Carrot and Jed Murphy on row 3, with Charlie Vaughan and Aston Miller on row 4. And running out the top 10 on the grid, Zach Walters and Cameron Ross. Be sure to watch out for the usual suspicious characters, though. We've got Archie Brown and Ollie Tyler. Those two will be very quick, and you can expect them to be moving through the field quickly. And Scusa as well, actually. Casper Scusa, he's been quick throughout the day, starting in 20th position. And let's see how this race will go. Front row, it's Bloch versus Clifford. And looks like we are going to go around one more time. But it's sure to be an exciting race. Of course, the drivers here being... they will have only raced in 2 races so far throughout the day. The 4 heats. No driver will compete in all 4 of the heats. And hopefully we can get this race started at the end of this lap. It is Nathan Clifford, the number 30, on pole position. Number 97, Sebastian Bloch, being told to slow down by the marshal. He's starting alongside the pole sitter. There'll be a race between those two down to Billy's blind, and then everyone else will try and find their positions. There's a spinner though, the number 93, Jack Johnson, starting 24th on the grid regardless. Looks like we might just be going anyway, and there's a very slow start from the number 7 of Archie Brown, who was trying to get the car to go around again, but his request has been ignored, and looks like he's at the back of the field now and certainly has some work to do. But manages to overtake a couple of the carts there. We are still running in time, so this is how the race is going at the moment. It's the number 70 who's in the lead at the moment. That's Aston Miller. Started on row 4, I believe, and now is up into the lead of the race. So brilliant start by him. And at the front, after one lap, number 97, Sebastian Bloch, and Luke Watt is in 3rd place. Of course, Luke Watt's competing in the IAME class today as well. And let's see how his Honda running will go. He's done very well in the IAME, and now in the Hondas he's also got a pretty promising position as well. A much larger grid, of course, and you'd argue more competitive. The number 70 of Aston Miller being overtaken there, the race leader. He gained 6 positions on that first lap, but is struggling to hold on to that race lead, as it's looking very close indeed with the top few. Ewan Charman really struggling there in 24th position at the back of the field, and maybe lapped sooner than he would have anticipated for this one. Sebastian Bloch in the lead of the race though from row 1. And didn't have the best start, but now managed to find his way back through the fields and up into the lead again. Number 8 of James Walker. Of course, he's already missed his heat and is in this final one, and is having yet another very good run. Archie Brown in that last lap gained 5 positions. He wanted to go around again, of course, the number 7, but now he's racing, and he's got some work to do, but he has been good in this race so far, no doubt about that. There's a yellow flag waving. Looks like there might have been an incident in the top bend, which I can't... Oh, there is a kart off just after the entrance to the pit lane there. But it's all looking very competitive indeed at the front of the field. Just 0.08 of a second separating the top 2 as they went across the line that time. And it's James Walker now who has the lead of the race in the number 8. Nothing to separate the first few karts. And Walker in the lead ahead of the number 12 of Koskan Irfan. The top 3 bumper to bumper then. Yellow flag still waving, so no overtaking at the top bend, which, if things stay like that for the rest of the race, will be critical come the latter stages. We won't be able to overtake in the final lap of the race, which is what so many of the drivers like to do. But Irfan trying to go up the inside of James Walker here. It could be a try. The other kart in third place will try to follow through as well. It looks like he's been able to do that. So the number 28, Ivan Lomliev, is up into the lead of the race. Just saw the opportunity, cut to the inside, and made the most of that chance. Contact warning for the number 97, meanwhile. That is Sebastian Bloch, who dropped 4 positions in that last lap. Hasn't had the greatest of luck, but now is up into third place, but also has a contact warning. Got to be cautious of that, as each of the drivers make their way once again onto the pit straight, while that kart is still being cleared off of the track. Number 8, James Walker, still in the lead of the race, and he's managed to get past Aston Miller, who gained 2 on that last lap, losing 5 positions. Koskan Irfan didn't have the best lap on that previous one, in 7th on that last lap now, but it's very, very close at the start of the field. It's difficult for any of the karts, as I've mentioned previously, to really escape from the rest of the pack. And that is being proved now, but is James Walker going to try and disprove that theory? Well, he's doing a pretty decent job of that at the moment. He's in the lead of the race, but has the number 97 of Sebastian Bloch breathing down his neck. Zach Walters is up into 3rd meanwhile, and Koskan Irfan up into 4th. Through the S's they go, all the way down to the number 30, Nathan Clifford. That's 7 positions, basically inseparable. So close together, and James Walker's small lead that he had is almost entirely disintegrated now, and he's once again got a lot of competition from the number 97 of Sebastian Bloch. Fastest lap, hilariously, belongs to 17th place Luke Watts. So none of the top drivers are the fastest out there on the track. It just goes to show how competitive this class really is. So tight, such close racing, and then up the inside once again goes Irfan. It looks like there's another position gained for the number 12, up into 3rd place now, but he will want more. Bloch and Walker are now the only competitors in front of Irfan, and ahead of Walters and Lomliev and Miller, who have also been competing and ahead at various stages during this race. Walker is in the lead, but certainly does not have that totally guaranteed. Number 97 of Sebastian Bloch is right on the rear bumper of the number 8. And as they make their way down the pit straight once again, there's just 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, and down into Billy's blind, it's still Walker who does lead the way. Bloch and Irfan are in 2nd and 3rd, with Lomliev in 4th. 5th is Miller, Walters in 6th, Vaughan in 7th, and Archie Brown has managed to find his way up into 8th place, so a great drive by him. Nathan Clifford in 9th, and C-plated Ollie Tyler in 10th position. But it's about the top 3 now. They've actually managed to open up a fair amount of space between themselves and 4th placed Lomliev. So it's all about Irfan, Bloch and Walker. And it looks like there's a switch there. It looks like Irfan has managed to overtake Bloch, and now he's going to try and go up the inside of Walker. Walker overtaken in that little left-hand corner there is, going down the pit straight. Fastest part of the circuit, but Irfan just had more speed there. Managed to overtake Walker, and now is in the lead of the race. Walker, if he wants to regain that position, doesn't have so long to do it. He's maybe got the rest of this lap and the lap after, or he may have another lap again on top of that, but regardless, not all the time in the world. And he's also got Sebastian Bloch very close in behind. It doesn't look like 4th place Ivan Lomliev is going to be able to catch up with the top 3 in the time remaining. But a 3, 2, 1 now, yeah, so we do hit 0. This will be the last lap upcoming now. So it's the last chance for Walker to try and get past Irfan. Yellow flags waving, won't be able to overtake going down into Billy's. So he maintains his position just in behind Irfan. The last few opportunities on the track coming up now, gives him a little nudge in behind, takes a very defensive line to Irfan, and who can blame him? Walker really trying to get past him. Now he's going to try and go up the inside, have the exit of the hairpin, and he's managed to do it into the horseshoe. Is he going to take a defensive line? He's also having to defend Irfan from Bloch, but Bloch can't quite follow Walker through. Walker in the lead of the race. And as they make their way into the top bend and onto the pit straight, where the exit is so essential for that speed, coming down towards the pit lane, looks like it's going to be Walker to take his win. He's going to take the checkered flag, but who's going to take second? It is going to be Irfan, just about ahead of Bloch. They were not far apart at all going over the line. Just 0.35 separated the top three going over the line there. And it was Ivan Lomliev who took fourth in the end ahead of Charlie Vaughan. Archie Brown managed to find his way up into sixth. So a really good drive from Archie Brown from 23rd at one stage he was. With Zach Walters in 7th, 8th Aston Miller, Nathan Clifford in 10th and Kakaru Yemans in 10th position. Nathan Clifford in 9th. I think I said 10th accidentally, but that is the end of the Honda Cadet Heats for the day. Heat number 4, very close indeed. Brilliant drive by James Walker, but fastest lap does still belong to Luke Watts, who eventually finished in 13th position. Is the Senior Max Heat number 4 about to come up now. They will go round for another lap, of course, but it should be Jodie Newman on a pole. She actually did spin on the exits to the pits. Had a it looks like might be in trouble. But each of the drivers will file into their positions. But Jodie Newman on pole with Benjamin Chick alongside Ethan Haynes and Harriet Stiles on row 2. Row 3, Will Maynard and Gary Ford with Harry Barker and Jordan Brightman West. And James Moorcroft with Luke Oliver rounding out the top 10. Looks like Newman's kart has stopped there, so the pole sitter might have to sit out of this race, unfortunately. But has managed to get going again. Whether we will be going, they are being told to go around again, so another lap before the race will start. But it's going to be another exciting one. Each of the Senior Max races have been good to watch so far throughout the day, and that's unsurprising given the large amount of drivers that there are. The 22 drivers out there on the track. and each of them will be trying to get as good a position as they possibly can, give them that grid position for the final. They'll be wanting Jodie Newman trying to find her way further up the field, but it's going to be difficult now. Not a lot of time, might have to settle much further back than she would have wanted. But as the carts do come down towards the start line now, looks like we will be racing this time, and away we go with the Minimax fourth and final heat. And it's a great start from the number 30, who's managed to, Ethan Haynes that is, who's managed to get from the front row into the lead of the race and keep all the other carts in behind, which is the most pivotal task for anyone on the front row, realistically. Just keep the other carts behind, at least for a lap, to avoid being swamped, because once one cart goes through, it opens up a path for many others to also try and follow through and do the same. But at the end of the first lap, it's Ethan Haynes who does lead ahead of Will Maynard, with Philip Hayworth in third place, getting 5 positions in that lap. Also big winners, Cole Edwards gaining 6 up into 11th place now, and Kieran Shanks gaining 4 up into 12th. But it's looking good for Ethan Haynes at the moment in the lead of the race. Doesn't have any gap at all, really, back to the number 33 of Maynard. But then Philip Hayworth in third place. Actually might have moved up into second, Hayworth. I believe he's jumped a position. He's been very racy indeed throughout the day, hasn't he? And in second place, looking to try and overtake Haynes at the earliest opportunity, and that might be into the S's. No, not quite. Haynes will hold on for another few seconds at least, going into the hairpin. He still does maintain the lead. Maynard and Harriet Stiles in third and fourth. Then there is a fair gap back to 5th place, which is Ari Barker occupying that position, with James Moorcroft in 6th. 7th, Benjamin Chick, with Tom Fuller, Luke Oliver and Cole Edwards rounding out the top 10. Haynes leading the way though, with Hayworth in second position. Is Maynard and Stiles in third and fourth. The top 4 divided into those 2 pairs. Then there's 5th place James Moorcroft making his return to Clay Pigeon. In 5th place, it looks like number 33 is in trouble. Number 33, that is Will Maynard, having to pull off there. And suddenly the cart just lost power out of the running. And unfortunately, in a promising position, looks like Maynard is out of the race. So that means Harriet Stiles is boosted up into third place. All the carts will gain that position, of course. Cole Edwards up into 8th as well. Worth keeping an eye on him. He's had a very good start to this race. Number 7, Morgan Rose, also making decent progress. Winner of Heat 1, of course. Ethan Haynes does still maintain the race lead, though, ahead of Philip Hayworth, who is in second. And has actually dropped off the race leader a little bit over the last couple of laps. Dropped off 2/10 in that previous lap, and another 0.07 of a lap this time. Harriet Stiles maintains her position in third. James Moorcroft in 4th. 5th is Harry Barker, with 5th Luke Oliver. Cole Edwards in the number 11 is in 7th, with 8th placed Kieran Shanks. And that group is very close together indeed, actually. Is Luke Oliver trying to get past Ari Barker, the number 14, as in danger of being swamped, that which I was just mentioning, of course, a few laps ago. Number 26 managing to get past, though. Kieran Shanks gaining 2 positions on that previous lap, seeing an opportunity to leapfrog both Barker and Edwards. Barker losing 3 positions on that last lap. That's Ethan Haynes in the lead of the race. Number 66, Philip Hayworth, still trying to close him in, but 3 minutes left, and he spent 4 minutes trying to get past Haynes. Hasn't managed to do it so far. What will these final 3 minutes offer? Harriet Stiles in third place, not quite on the pace of the top 2, but not really under pressure from James Moorcroft in 4th. In 5th place now, Luke Oliver. And he's managed to escape slightly from Kieran Shanks and Cole Edwards. Edwards trying to go up the inside of Shanks, manages to make that move stick, and Edwards up into 6th now. Morgan Rose, meanwhile, has managed to get into the top 10. But Haynes in the lead of this race, ahead of Hayworth. 3rd place is Styles, 4th place is Moorcroft. 5th place, the number 77, Luke Oliver. Kieran Shanks managed to regain his position past Cole Edwards, and Edwards, having cleared his way through most of the field, seems to be stumped in 7th place as things stand. Gary Ford is in 8th position with Tom Fuller in 9th, Morgan Rose in 10th position. No changes in the top 5. And we see a change though with Tom Fuller moving past Gary Ford for 8th place with just under 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Still the top 2 remain as they are. Haynes followed by Hayworth, Styles a little bit further back, but actually she's cut that distance a fair amount, Styles. She's driven well over the last couple of laps, and Hayworth may have a bit of defending to do rather than attacking Haynes, which has been the main target of this race for him. But Haynes has done well to keep him at bay and still maintain that race lead with relative comfort as things stand. 0.35 a second doesn't sound like a lot, but it's enough of a gap to warn Hayworth off from making a pass. One of the carts off there just after the exit to the pit lane. Looks like the cart has had a trouble of some kind. Just under half a minute left on the clock, and it's Haynes who does lead from Hayworth. Styles is in 3rd and has managed to cut that gap by another 0.2 seconds on Hayworth. So if the next lap will be the last lap, and well, she will have to drive very well indeed to really catch up Hayworth enough to create the opportunity, but that does make good reading for Haynes, who has a quick glance over his shoulder, but it is looking good for the number 30, who was slightly caught up on the last lap, but not enough to warrant any real concern from the race leader. 4th place, James Moorcroft, not quite on the pace of the top 3, a little bit further back, and then there is a fairly sizable gap then back to Luke Oliver, number 77, who's managed to escape from Cole Edwards and Kieran Shanks. Edwards has managed to overtake Shanks once again to find himself up into 6th place. It is the last lap now, though. It doesn't look like there's going to be any dramatic late changes. Ethan Haynes will go on and take the checkered flag, takes his first win of the day. Good win by the number 30 ahead of Philip Hayworth and Harriet Styles. The 3 of them not very far apart in the end whatsoever. Styles was just 0.23 seconds behind Hayworth at the checkered flag there. 4th place, James Moorcroft, and 5th, Luke Oliver with Cole Edwards in 6th. 7th, Kieran Shanks, Morgan Rose in 8th with Tom Fuller 9th. Gary Ford rounds out the top 10. on to the senior TKM and their third heat now. And could we be on for 3 different winners out of 3 competitors? Now that would be pretty spectacular. It would mean that William Davis would have to win in this one. He started on pole position, but arguably has been the slowest driver throughout the day. Number 89, though, in the lead at the moment, Will Davis. And that would make 3 different winners, and that would be quite the result, wouldn't it? If Will Davis can go on to win this. He started on pole, though, had the best position, but in a field this small, it's really relatively insignificant where the starting positions are. It's about the championship points, you feel. Well, Will Davis, credit where credit's due, he's managed to take that lead by the scruff of the neck, and he's very much holding that well at the moment. Number 32 of Alex Tyler in second, Jack Darton in third. Of course, Darton finished third in the first heat, but then won the second. Alex Tyler won the first heat, came second in the second one, so if things remain as they are, it will be Tyler at on pole position. Will Davis is in the lead now, though. Just about ahead of Alex Tyler, but the field is so close. And despite there only being 3 drivers, it's pretty competitive out there, and that's what you want in a race. You just want the karts to be close together, and want them to always be fighting, as Alex Tyler is now. Both Davis and Tyler sporting GoPros at the front of theirs, and crikey, that was a bit risky from Darton, slightly cutting across, and he does in fact cut across the grass, which was definitely not intentional, but not quite able to do anything there, and does lose a little bit of time, fortunately, not a huge amount, and hopefully for Darton he can rejoin the squabbling between the top 2. Should they keep chopping and changing positions, Darton will be catching up in no time at all. 2.5 minutes gone, sorry, with Alex Tyler trying to get past Will Davis. Still for the race lead. Davis has been the only driver to have led this race so far. Started on pole and had a very good start, did the number 89, but now he's been overtaken by Alex Tyler. Tyler in the lead of the race, number 32, and can Davis find a way past? No, tries here on the outside, can't quite do anything there. Going into the top end though, and down the pit straight towards the start-finish line. It is Alex Tyler who does hold the race lead. Will Davis in second. Third place is Jack Darton. Number 32, Alex Tyler, is in first ahead of Will Davis, and Jack Darton is in third. Around the horseshoe they go. Now towards the start-finish line once again. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. And it's still very close between the 3 of these drivers. Will Davis will be egging his kart to go on just to pip Tyler to the finishing line, which would give him the first win of the day. From the top bend though, now they go down to the pit straight once more. Alex Tyler leading the way, opened up a little bit of a gap there to Will Davis on that previous lap. Jack Darton in third, and they go around the S's once more and onto the Sturmey straight. Still the order remains Tyler, Davies, Darton. Best lap though belongs to Darton in third, 36.16. Compared to 36.17 set by Alex Tyler, so you can see just how close the karts are here. And Davis sandwiched in the middle with 36.26, so a tenth off the fastest lap time of the other drivers. But Tyler, having escaped and got into a bit of clean air, has in fact set a better lap time. And Darton cutting across once again, not quite on the grass this time, but across the curb, and nearly takes Davis out. That would have been very messy indeed. And a guaranteed win for Tyler, but would have been very bad for those racers. Number 32, Alex Tyler, is ahead of Will Davis and Jack Darton still. The positions yet to change for a good few laps. Tyler overtook Davis a relative while ago now, and since getting into the lead, he's really taken that position very well indeed, opening up his advantage relatively frequently. Order remains the same with less than a minute left on the clock now. Just over half a minute before we will be at no time left on the clock, and it's Alex Tyler who does still lead the way. No changes yet. Davis having to defend slightly more from Darton now. Darton does seem to be the quicker of the two. Last lap now though, as they go across the line, is Davis Darton very close indeed. Darton goes up the inside, he's managed to make that move, and Davis went very, very wide into the entrance of Billy. He's wondering whether there was a slight issue there, but the number 89 seems to be struggling on this last lap. Something's gone wrong with the kart, and Davis looks back, puts his head back, obviously frustrated, but that does confirm the order of the results for this race. It will be Alex Tyler to take a win, and pretty comfortably in the end actually. Has 2 wins out of 3 for Tyler. He beats Jack Darton to the line by 3.04 of a second. Will Davis won't quite make it to the finish line, but will take the points for 3rd place. It's the 177 and the 177 Masters who are out on track. and getting prepared for their third and final heat, and what will be the final heat of the meeting for the lunch break, and then we'll be underway with the finals. We might be starting with the B finals for the Honda Cadets. I believe that's the one at the moment. But for this race, the 177 Masters on pole, we have Dan Bushell, and of course he dominated heat number 1, and whether he'll go on and do the same here, we will see. But he's got the best position to try and achieve that from. Samuel Dick starts alongside him, Gary Cox in 3rd, Sam Winter in 4th. On row 3 is Darren Rich and Steve Nash, Marcus Basley and Vanny Noti, 7th and 8th, and 9th and 10th are Joe Walmsley and Ian Brown. We will be going now, though. The 7 minutes have begun. We are racing with the 177 and 177 Masters for their 3rd and final heat. And Dan Bushell, the number 27, as expected, gets a good start and manages to pull away from his nearer rivals. Number 26 is close compared to Samuel Dix from the front row, but Dix has not been on the same level as Bushell throughout the day, and so whether he will go ahead and overtake the pole sitter seems relatively unlikely going on current form. But Vanny Noti gaining 4 positions from the start there. He's managed to get past several of the drivers, Sam Winter and Gary Cox, the main sufferers of that first lap, both in 8th and 9th. There are actually 10 karts out there. I believe Ian Brown is in the running as well, the number 23 at the back of the field. He's just not on the timing. His transponder isn't picking up, but is still out there racing, the number 23. Number 77, Sam Winter ahead of Gary Cox, with Brown at the back of the field in 10th. Dan Bushell does lead, though, and at the moment is making it look easy. He's leading by 2 seconds now ahead of Samuel Dix, who has got Noti and Basley for company. The E-plated Michael Basley right on the back of Vanny Noti. But number 26 adjusting something on his car there. That's Samuel Dix adjusting something on the engine. Maybe just a little readjustment of some kind. But what has happened is Noti and Basley have both very much caught up with him, and suddenly he's under a lot of pressure and may lose second all the way down to 4th now. He does indeed. Noti up into 2nd. 3rd belongs to Basley now in that E-plated kart. And Samuel Dix finds himself in 4th position from the top end now, and going down the pit straight towards start-finish line. And once again, to complete their 4th lap, they go and around the hairpin into the S's. And it's Basley putting a lot of pressure on the back of the number 25 of Noti here. Noti might be under a bit of pressure, went on the curb, maybe knocked off a bit of speed, but sticks to the inside line. So it makes it nigh on impossible for Basley to make that move stick there. Will Basley try and cut the inside at the horseshoe? Can't quite do it there. Noti had it covered, but now he goes up the inside of Buttons. Not very often you see someone make a move at Buttons, but it is done. It is doable, and well, he's made it stick in that on that particular occasion. But Noti's going to try and go back up the inside of Billy's. Sticking to the outside line is Basley. Going into the S's side by side is never a good idea. And eventually Basley does manage to get ahead, but Samuel Dix meanwhile has managed to really nearly overtake Noti again to reclaim 3rd, which he only held for a very, very brief period of time as he fell from 2nd to 4th. But all of a sudden now that battle's starting to open up somewhat, with Darren Rich, number 44, also joining in. He's managed to catch up somewhat to the back of that little squabble for 2nd, which currently Basley is winning. Holding on to that position, Noti, can he do anything about Marcus Basley in 2nd place? 3 minutes left on the clock, and Dan Bushell is going closer to yet another victory, where he's He's really dominated proceedings, had no troubles at all. 5.5 seconds on the last lap was his margin. Let's see this time by as the E-plated car comes over the line. 5.6 seconds, so just opening up again. Just a little bit is enough. As long as the other carts aren't catching, then opening up your advantage. No problems at all for the current race leader. Marcus Basley in second place, meanwhile, does have his own minor troubles in the form of the number 25, Vanni Noti, who is putting him under a fair amount of pressure. Basley has managed to escape somewhat, but it's becoming more difficult for Noti to catch up and overtake. But nonetheless, you suspect that Basley, now in second position, will maybe get away based on the pace of these two drivers. A 35.72 is the fastest lap, belonging to the race leader. None of the other drivers up to that standard. Samuel Dix is in fourth, ahead of Darren Rich now, and that's in itself is its own little battle. Samuel Dix, Darren Rich, and Sam Winter, the number 77, is also right on the back of Darren Rich now. And that could be a change for fourth or fifth anytime soon. Now going up the inside, and it looks like there might have been a bit of contact there, but if there was, then it must have been the lightest of contact, because neither cart went spinning off, and you suspect that in that usual scenario with contact there, one of them at least would go hurtling off the race track. But Samuel Dix and Darren Rich coming together slightly there. Both of them getting away with it though. Sam Winter, the number 77, has enabled him to get past, and he also goes past Samuel Dix as well. So Sam Winter up into fourth place now. So Samuel Dix falls into fifth. He plated Marcus Basley is ahead of Noti, who's also ahead of Sam Winter, who now occupies fourth after a productive couple of laps. Not long left on starting our break now. To those of you on the stream, we'll be back in quarter of an hour with, I believe, what is going to be the Honda Cadet B Final. So back in 15 minutes, the B Final. So getting underway with the finals shortly. And to start us off, it is going to be the Honda Cadet B final. And it's bound to be an exciting one. All these youngsters out here on track. With the A final scheduled in later on. That really does have potential to be the race of the day, doesn't it? The Honda Cadet A final. With the B final, we would expect some excitement from as well. And I'm sure we're going to get it here. It's Daniel Greenchart who is on pole alongside Jake Maynard, with Harry James and Ewan Sharman on row 2. Row 3 is George Walker with Jed Murphy, and Ethan Leader and Joshua Carrad are on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Ollie Stevens and Hugh Moulton, Cameron Ross, Holly Woolley and Jack Johnson are 11th, 12th and 13th. And we are away with this 7 minutes final. Jake Maynard versus Greenchart on the front, but it looks like there's been an incident there. 2 of the carts going off into the tyres at Billy's, but both managed to resume. So fortunately we're still left with the 13 starters in this race. And looks like we will be seeing that Jake Maynard will be in the lead at the end of this first lap, number 16, at a good start off the front. So let's see how things are as they come across the line after their first lap here. Is in fact the number 27. So number 27, Ethan Leader, up 6 positions from his starting position, and he is now in the lead of the race ahead of Ewan Sharman. George Walker is now up into 3rd. Joshua Carrad in 4th. 5th place Jake Maynard, with Karen Ross in 5th. And it was Daniel Greenchar who had the worst start there, losing 10 positions off the start, unfortunately, involved in that first corner incident. But the yellow flags down at the hairpin. I believe the marshal's just sorting out the tyre wall there. Seems there might have been an incident with one of the carts, but fortunately I think all the carts still are running here, all 13 of them. So we continue to go on then. That's the end of lap 2. Number 51 spun into the tyres of the hairpin, I'm told, Hugh Moulton. So that is why the marshal just readjusting that, and fortunately Hugh Moulton able to resume with his race at the back of the field in 13th place. The novice, talking of novices, highest place novice Ollie Stevens in 8th place, the number 18, looking to try and make progress on that already pretty reasonable position for a novice. Obviously, starting at the back of the field throughout all the heats does not give you any kind of advantage whatsoever, novices, and really does mean that you have to race very well to find yourself not towards the back in the finals later on. But great racing by some of the novices here. Ollie Stevens and Holly Woolley doing very good. 8th and 9th at the moment in this B final. Currently, though, the leader, Ethan Leader, fast lap 42.05, and he's just ahead of George Walker, who is in 2nd, the number 39. And there's a large gap back to 3rd place Jake Maynard, who is squabbling with Ewan Sharman for that position at the moment. Ewan Sharman trying to get past, but as they make their way around into the top bend and down the pit straight now, it is Ethan Leader, the number 27, who does lead the way. George Walker in 2nd position. And Jake Maynard has got 3rd, but Joshua Carrad has overtaken Ewan Sharman for 4th. 6th place is Jed Murphy. And I believe that rounds out that little group. Does it? The number 24. Yeah, Cameron Ross is in that little group as well. It's a little group of 5 carts stuffed together, 24 ahead of the 42 now. So Cameron Ross overtaking Ewan Sharman. Ewan Sharman losing a few positions over the last couple of laps, unfortunately for him. But Leader is the race leader, and George Walker is in behind him. Jake Maynard in 3rd, 4th is Joshua Carrad, with Jed Murphy 5th, 6th Cameron Ross, and Ewan Sharman in 7th position. Just over 3 minutes left of this B final. as Jack Johnson and Hugh Moulton race very close together over the line in 12th and 13th. Walker still trying to give leader a bit of pressure from second place, but he's not looking like able to do so at the moment. Ethan Leader has got this win at the moment by the scruff of the neck, but he's going to have to be determined to not let his hand slip there. Number 56 is in third now. It's Joshua Carrot, so he's overtaken Jake Maynard up into third place. Maynard down into fourth, and let's see if Maynard can in fact hold on to that. Jed Murphy, the number 21, is not far behind whatsoever. Cameron Ross, the number 24, is just in behind in sixth. Seventh place, Ewan Charman has dropped off slightly from that group, but that little group, that little squad of those five players, five racers, sorry, with Ewan Charman dropping off slightly, is now turning into a four-way battle, of course, battling for third place, which Joshua Carrad currently occupies. So, I've been told on the screen then, so it's the top four from this race get spaces in the A final. So, at the moment, that's Ethan Leader, George Walker, Joshua Carrad, and Jake Maynard. Now, it looks like Ethan Leader and George Walker have pretty much got their spaces in the final booked up. But the battle from 3rd to 7th, meanwhile, Joshua Carrad, Jake Maynard, Jed Murphy, Cameron Ross, and Ewan Charman are all squabbling to get those final two positions. So, really is quite an essential battle there. The number 56 ahead of the 16, Joshua Carrad and Jake Murphy. But, no, you're right. I'm not used to B finals. So, but one of the cars goes across the grass, bounces across the grass. Number 56 there, Joshua Carrad across the S's, and manages, luckily, to retain mostly the control of the kart, and manages to stay on the track and only lose a few positions. But that could have been very bad indeed, but fortunately does manage to rejoin the race. But that does have a massive influence on who is going to be booking their spaces in the final later on. As I've said, Ethan Leader and George Walker seem to have their places pretty well done. But Jake Maynard and Jed Murphy are now sitting in the other two positions. Cameron Ross is the next closest to it. And it seems that that three-way battle is going to be two from those three. The number 56 of Joshua Carrad is in 6th place. And but now over a second and a half behind. That incident going across the S is just squeezed out there, and unfortunately for him, looks like that that could cost him that place in the A final, which is really, really unfortunate. But looks like it's going to be 2 from 3 of Maynard, Murphy and Ross. No time left on the clock, so this will be the last lap now. Let's focus on this three-way battle. Is the number 21 of Jed Murphy, who leads that battle, Jake Maynard and Cameron Ross. Ross will be determined to fight Maynard till the last second in order to try and take that place. As they go around the S's and onto the Sturmey straight for the final time in this B final. Down they go towards the hairpin. Cameron Ross trying to get up the inside, but Maynard defending furiously as they make their way round the hairpin. And has Cameron Ross switched to the inside? No, he's not quite able, but he's gone past the number 16, Jake Maynard, and he's managed to get himself up into 4th place as they make their way round into the top end. It's going to be a win for Ethan Leader and George Walker, who both secure their places in the final. But who are going to take the final two positions? Jed Murphy, the number 21, he's going to take it in. Cameron Ross is just about going to come across the line ahead of Jake Maynard. Maynard takes 5th, and unfortunately for him, got to feel for him, but he won't be able to make the A final later on. Checkered flag gone for those drivers. Brilliant finale there. Cameron Ross, really, you can see the determination for him to get into that top 4. Joshua Carrad concludes his race in 6th, of course, bouncing across the S's a few laps back. And Ewan Charman in 7th, Harry James 8th, 9th, Daniel Greenchard and Ollie Stevens in 10th. Minimax Final is out on track and getting prepared to go for their 10 minutes of racing. And it is Tom Adams who's on the front row, having acclaimed 89 points throughout the day. He's got William Ellswood alongside him. James Watson and Tiernan Rourke are on row 2, with Sebastian Marlowe and Michael Salmon on row 3. 7th and 8th are Sean Cuss and Jarno Ottovianelli, with Charlie Blackman and Harvey Thornley 9th and 10th. William Hicklin rounds out the grid in 11th. We'll be going around, and hopefully to start at the end of this race, as I mentioned, 10-minute finals. And I'm sure we have an exciting one in prospect here. Tom Adams alongside William Ellswood has been a great battle throughout the day. But Marlowe, Watson and Rourke have always been there or thereabouts in the front few. So far from a very predictable winner here. Tom Adams might start on pole, but he's got the best position to start. That doesn't mean that he's going to go on and win the race, but he will be certainly hoping he can do just that. Going around one more time. Back markers being told to speed up to get to the back of the grid so they can start at the end of this lap. And then we will be underway. Tom Adams, the number 17, to line up on pole position. The left side of the grid, giving you the advantage. And the 11 Minimax drivers coming around the top bend now and onto the pit straight, where they will be greeted soon with the acceleration line across the start-finish line. They go to start the timer. And Tom Adams versus Ellswood on the front row. Looks pretty good for both of those two. They've managed to retain their positions, I believe. Adams still does hold the race lead. William Ellswood in second place, the number 19. And third place, Tiernan Rourke, number 56. He will be determined to try and maybe challenge the top two. But he's actually lost a couple of positions. Number 97 of Sebastian Marlowe has found his way through up into third. There's a spinner. One of the carts has gone round, but manages to get going again. That's number 37, I think, Ottovianelli. But looks like Tom Adams ahead of William Ellswood, excuse me. And Sebastian Marlowe in third place. James Watson in fourth. Maybe you would expect those four to be at the front, considering how the day's gone so far. Adams versus Ellswood versus Marlowe. This has been the the four-way battle between them, and Watson has been the real talking point in the Minimax class throughout the day. Tiernan Rourke in fifth has always been there or thereabouts, but not quite, maybe, not quite on the pace of the top four, and is in fifth now, slightly off of the back of the fourth place James Watson. But hopefully he will be able to catch up. That'll make for a very exciting race indeed. Tom Adams maybe under a bit of pressure here, though, from William Ellswood, who's trying to go up the inside. Does he manage to make that move stick? And they touch, and one of the carts goes off heavily, and number 97 off into the wall on the just on the entrance to the horseshoe there. I believe it was him and Adams came together. It was Sebastian Marlowe, and no, it was in fact William Ellswood, the number 19, and so they touch, and the number 97 went round. As Sebastian Marlowe unfortunately looks to be out of the running. Doesn't look hurt, but just looks disappointed. Doubt he'll be able to get that cart going. That was quite heavy contact with the wall on the outside of the horseshoe there, but manages to get going again. Doesn't look like a very healthy cart to me, though. Bouncing up and down. Something's definitely very wrong with the suspension in that cart somewhere. The number 97, Sebastian Marlowe, with an unfortunate end to what was a pretty promising day at the start. Tom Adams, though, in the lead of the race, number 19 of William Ellswood in behind. There's number 64 of James Watson is now in third, and that has opened up the margin for Tom Adams and his lead. He's now got a small gap to play with. On third, down to fourth. Fourth place is number 56 of Tin and Rourke, but again fairly far away from the top 3, as we've just gone under the 7-minute mark. Left to go now, and the number 17 of Tom Adams is in the lead with Ellswood and Watson. It looks like it's going to be one of those 3 to take the win here, despite all the time left remaining. Tin and Rourke on the pace that he's got, and just behind him Michael Salmon, number 87. Not quite sure whether they do quite have the pace today to really catch up with the top 3 and challenge them for the race lead, like William Ellswood has demonstrated he can do several times today with the current race leader Tom Adams. Across the line they come, round Billy's and into the S's. Sorry, there you go. From Sturmey straight now, heading towards the hairpin. Tom Adams holding on to that lead at the moment without too much of a heavy threat from William Ellswood. James Watson is in behind. Again, not really close enough to Ellswood to consider a realistic passing opportunity. From the top end, they go towards the start-finish line to complete their 7th lap with 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. We'll be down to that final lap around the S's once more, and onto the Sturmey straight they go. Tom Adams still leads. No changes in the top 3 over the last few laps, and in fact the gap between them all is beginning to open up. Just ever so slightly, lap by lap, Tom Adams makes his lead that tiny bit bigger. 0.03 of a second he was quicker than William Ellswood on that previous lap. But on that last lap, actually, Ellswood closed in by a tenth, so now right on the bumper of the race leader. The race is far from over, but Adams, considering he managed to bag pole and how well he's done throughout the day and indeed this race, is he likely to surrender this lead to William Ellswood? Third place, James Watson, just dropping off ever so slightly from the top 2 and has been losing time to each of them for a good few laps now. Looking to try and catch up as soon as possible with the 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Yellow flags waving, no overtaking from Yeses. But it is still Adams who does lead the way. William Ellswood in second position. Fastest lap belongs to our second placed kart. William Ellswood, the number 19, holds a fastest lap of a 36.25. That's exactly a tenth of a second quicker than Tom Adams' personal best, which is 36.35. 36.47 for Jensen Watson is his personal best in this race. So see how Ellswood ever so slightly quicker than Adams, but Adams doing a good job of making use of his lead and the gap that he has. That clean air, being stuck behind another kart and in that dirty air for too long just means that you stay at pretty much their pace. It becomes harder and harder to get past, but one of the karts off there, the number 21, that might be Sean Cuss. Looks like he could be out of the running. Harvey Thornley, William Hicklin and Jan Ottovianelli will overtake him next time by. But they were a lap down before being lapped by the leaders. Less than a minute left on the clock though. And Tom Adams ahead of William Ellswood. Into the S's they go. And the order remains the same, but still James Watson just slightly behind the top two, just not quite able to really keep in touch with that first place, which I'm sure he was targeting coming into this race. He's been pretty quick throughout the day, but Tom Adams has been very impressive, and ahead of William Ellswood at the moment. He's on his way to his third victory of the day. But we are now out of time on the clock, so the next lap will be the last one. Time is very much running out for Ellswood, but Adams, he knows what to do in this situation. He'll be determined to just defend and hold on to that race lead. Only needs to squeeze out for another 36 seconds or so as they do come across the line to start their last lap. And onto the Sturmey straight they go for the final time. The right-handed hairpin greets them next. Ellswood still trying to get past the number 17, but to no avail as things stand. The horseshoe and now around buttons and towards the top end once more we go. It's the drag race now towards the checkered flag, but it looks like Tom Adams has got it pretty much under control. He has a little dab there just as he's approaching the finish line, and there we go. Takes the checkered flag. A good victory for Tom Adams. Controlled that race very, very well. And an impressive win from the youngster. William Ellswood takes second place with James Watson in third, Tiernan Rourke fourth. Michael Salmon takes fifth with Charlie Blackman coming across the line in sixth, I believe. That's a very high place for a novice, so fair play to the number 27. Arnott Vianelli will conclude his race in ninth. The IAME Cadet Final is to get underway shortly. It's Luke Watts on pole alongside Cameron Crockett, Jake Shurey on row 2 alongside Lucas Field. It will be going around one more time. And we have Alexander Senna alongside Noah Hadley with Louis Johnson Cool in 7th place. But these looks like there might actually be 6 cars out on track. I can't see the 7, so it looks like Johnson Cool might not be competing in this one for whatever reason. 6 carts left on the track though, and the number 35 of Luke Watts from pole position, you would suspect, will be very much aiming to go on and win this one. He's coming on to the track now, is the number 59 of Johnson Cool. So they're going to go around one more time. But just coming on to the track a bit late from the pit lane. And it looks like 3 karts have spun there around Billy's. But they will rejoin the race and will be underway very shortly. And say rejoin the race, rejoin the formation lap. And then they'll be underway for their 10-minute final before not too long. Number 59 is off once again. Johnson Cool just from the exit of the S's, a third of the way down the Sturmey Straight. But he's looking to try and get going again. It's still relatively difficult conditions out here. But whether we're going to get underway this time, I wouldn't have thought so. And indeed, we're not. So we're going to go around for yet another formation lap before we get this one going. Not racing yet with the IAME. As I've mentioned, Luke Watts, sorry, on pole position. Starting alongside Cameron Crockett. And will be a race between those two down to Billy's blind, but you suspect, considering the kind of form that Luke Watts has been in, he will be the favourite. Here come the 7 drivers now, ready to get underway this time, and away we go. 10 minutes of the IAME Cadet Final to enjoy, and it's the 35 of Watts who gets a good start from pole. And instantly there's a bit of a love tap between number 77 and 88 there. Shurey and Crockett, they've been hammer and tongs all day long, haven't they? But they do have a little bit of a tap there. One of them goes, I think it was the number 77 actually, Shurey just goes off on the exit to the S's, manages to rejoin. Crockett still holds on to 2nd place ahead of Lucas Field, the novice, who is up into 3rd now. Looking good for Luke Watts though in these early stages, but he has that lead, and so far he's demonstrated throughout the day that he knows what to do with a race lead. Maybe his objective will be to lap each of the other drivers. Last time, of course, he won by over 24 seconds, which is that's the biggest margin in a very long time here at Clay Pigeon. He did drive very well. There's a contact warning though for the 88, Cameron Crockett. I'd imagine that was for the incident between himself and Shurey on the exit to Billy's going into the S's. A little bit of contact between the pair of them, but Shurey has managed to rejoin the race and is up into, I believe, 5th now. He's overtaken a couple of the drivers, but Luke Watts in the lead already by over 4.5 or almost 4.5 seconds. Back to Lucas Field, who is in 2nd place, and has actually managed to get past the 88 of Cameron Crockett, who has been the by far the closest thing in terms of pace, the closest competitor to Luke Watts. And Watts has driven very well today. Cameron Crockett has been his nearest competitor, but not anywhere near the levels of pace which Watts has shown throughout the day. 2 minutes gone, and Shuri is in 4th place now, ahead of Johnson, Cool, Noah Hadley and Alexander Senna. And you suspect that the current race leader will be very much determined, but Cameron Crockett's gone off. Crockett has gone off, exit to Billy. It's not very often you see something like that, just goes slightly wide and then just carried on going. Gave a little nudge to the tyre wall. Manages to come out of it and rejoin the race, but the number 88 definitely had a moment there. Cameron Crockett off into the tyre wall and now rejoins the race in last place. 7th position. We're looking to try and improve on that. Luckily for him, still got over 7 minutes to go. Best lap does belong to the race leader, number 35. Luke Watts still holds that 42.02 set on lap 3. Each of the drivers setting the fastest lap over lap 3 or 4. Of course, we've only had 4 laps so far in this one. But just to give you an idea of the dominance of Luke Watts, he's opened up his gap on that last lap by 1.3 seconds. 1.3 in one lap. That is a very, very large difference indeed. And opening up like that by almost half a second per sector, that shows a significant amount of pace more than the other drivers. Lucas Field in 2nd place hasn't got the experience, admittedly, being a novice, a good novice driver. Being up in 2nd position past 4 other non-novice IAME drivers, but none can match the pace that Luke Watts seems to possess at the moment. He's in the lead and is opening up his lead pretty significantly each and every lap. Almost 10 seconds now his advantage, and we've not even had half the time yet. The 77 of Jake Shuri, after not the best start, has managed to recover fairly well up into 3rd. Noah Hadley in 4th, Alexander Senna in 5th, and Cameron Crockett is in 6th position. Luke Watts in the lead of this race now by over 17 seconds. The last few laps he has really opened up that lead by even more of a significant margin than he has been doing previously. 1.53 seconds he opened up his lead by on Lucas Field on that previous lap. And well, the closest gap between any of the drivers is 4 seconds, I believe. And that's Lucas Field and Jake Shurey. That's the position of second place. It's potentially up for grabs there. The number 78 occupying it at the moment. But as you can see, not a whole lot of battles out there on the track at the moment. Luke Watts is seemingly strolling to victory here. The number 35, he's driving very, very well indeed. Can't criticise that. And his best lap was set just one lap ago, a 42.01. The last lap he set was actually a 42.2, so well, 0.2 of a slower on the previous lap there, but he won't be worrying about that one bit. Here comes Lucas Field now, 19.5 seconds behind the race leader, with just over 1 minute to go. And I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you, or just tell you if you weren't aware, about our Facebook page. So do make sure you go and give us a like. Clay Pigeon Kart Club. If you've enjoyed the day here today, do make sure you give us a like on Facebook. Keep on top of all of the recent news and photography and various stuff that goes on Facebook. It's definitely worth following that. Luke Watts in the lead of the race, and he's just set another fastest lap of 41.84. No one else has got below the 43 second mark, so being below the 42 second mark gives you a real insight into how Luke Watts is racing in this one. Very, very well indeed. And now with the clock at 0 seconds, the next lap will be the last one. And Luke Watts, number 35, will be on course for his fourth consecutive victory here. He has been very, very good indeed. Here he comes then, Watts in the lead of the race and having lapped 5th, 6th and 7th position. Next target to lap Noah Hadley by the end of this one, but I'm not sure he's quite going to be... Oh, no, he is, because looks like the number 59... No, that's actually Louis Johnston Call has gone backwards there, spun. Looked to not quite have control on the exit to the S's, spun around on the curb, was facing the wrong way, but was out of the running realistically anyway, out in 7th position, but spin there for the number 59. Johnston Cole. But it is going to be a checkered flag out for Watts, who has had no trouble at all in this race. Takes the win comfortably so. Let's just see how much by Cameron Crockett concludes his race in 5th position, of course, finishing in behind the race leader. And Alexander Senna and Louis Johnson Cole finish their races. It's a good second place, though, for the number 78 of Lucas Field, who seems very happy with that, punching the air. Second place for a novice is very, very good indeed, and he will be over the moon with that, I am sure. Luke Watts winning the race, though, by almost 26 seconds. 25.92 the difference in the end, ahead of Field, who finishes 7 seconds ahead of Jake Shurey, with Noah Hadley in 4th. So here we have the Junior Max Final, and you can see the grid up there on the screen. Oakley Pryor and Michael Goodburn make up the front row, with Gemma Hepworth and Bradley Watts row 2. Ready to get underway with the Junior Max Final then. 10 minutes of the Junior Max Final to go, and we will hopefully be underway at the end of this lap. Oakley Pryor, having claimed all 3 wins so far today, starts on pole alongside Michael Goodburn. Gemma Hepworth starts in 3rd, with Bradley Watts alongside Vessier, and Jeffrey start alongside one another on row 3, with Atwood and Milkins on row 4. And the 9 carts out on track get us going. No incidents at Billy's Blind on the first corner. Good to see, even though a couple of them did come together on the formation lap. But now heading towards the hairpin for the first time racing in this final. And it's a good start from Oakley Pryor. We'd expect nothing less considering his 3 wins on the bounce he's seen so far today. And let's see now if he can make it 4 out of 4 and another seemingly easy victory for the number 60, who's driven so well throughout the day. He's really given absolutely nothing to his opponents. He's been empathic. One minute gone on the clock, and it's the number 12 of Michael Goodburn who is the closest competitor to our race leader. He himself, though, is under some pressure from Gemma Hepworth, who in turn is under pressure from Bradley Watts. Watts in 4th place is then greeted with a gap back to Sylvain Vessier, the number 29. Pryor still leading around the hairpin. They have gone, and throughout the horseshoe. Let's see if Michael Goodburn can fend off Gemma Hepworth and Bradley Watts throughout the rest of this race. Goodburn, Hepworth and Watts relatively close together, but no one's close enough to really make the moves. That's been a common thing throughout the day. No one quite close enough to ever really create an opportunity, even though there have been a lot of overtakes. This particular race seems that the drivers aren't quite close enough to really carve an opportunity to get in front of the cart who is ahead of them. Pryor ahead of Goodburn, Hepworth and Watts, and the gap between them opened up by Pryor on that last lap. Michael Goodburn in 2nd place, over 1.2 seconds behind their race leader. Gemma Hepworth and Bradley Watts are also in behind. It looks like there might be an opportunity here maybe for Bradley Watts to get past Hepworth. Hepworth, who might be struggling ever so slightly with pace. Not significantly, but has dropped off from the back of Goodburn and is under some pressure from Bradley Watts, who is seemingly doing enough to try and get ahead. At the moment, seems he's going to have to work a little bit harder maybe to try and get that, just to pick up the pace quite enough to get back, well, to get up into lead and get up into the top 3 and the final spot on the podium. Best lap belonging to Oakley Pryor at the moment as things stand, a 35.25. quicker than anyone else's time. 35.45 is the next closest by Bradley Watts, who's managed to get past Jem Hepworth now. So Hepworth has fallen to 4th, and Bradley Watts in 3rd is now trying to get past Michael Goodburn at the earliest opportunity. Good battle further down the field. That's Connor Milkins overtaking Bailey Voisin. And that is a change in position for 7th place. Milkins up into 7th now, the number 42. But still, Oakley Pryor, despite being in the lead, isn't absolutely dominating everyone else, as did Watts in the previous race. It's much more of a controlled lead rather than a really dominating one. He keeps opening up his lead each and every lap. 3/10 on that last lap. Michael Goodburn not on the same level as the number 60 as things stand, but he's just doing enough to control proceedings, keep that race lead secure. And Michael Goodburn cannot do anything about it. Bradley Watts closing in on Goodburn by 0.2 of a second on that last lap though, so that is certainly a battle to keep your eye on. Goodburn just about ahead of Watts, but that might not be for so much longer. Bradley Watts right on the back of him as they come out of the top end now, heading down the pit straight and towards the start-finish line. Over the line they go to complete their 12th lap. But into the S's and on to the Sturmey Straight. 35.13, and that is very, very quick indeed from Oakley Pryor. Might be the quickest time of the day. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen a 34 anywhere. So Michael Goodburn ahead of Bradley Watts is the condition of 2nd and 3rd place. Seems to be the closest battle to watch, which is particularly high positions. Oakley Pryor does have this lead pretty occupied at the moment. As a word to use which kind of makes sense in this situation. He's very much holding that position. 3.13 seconds his advantage. Back to Goodburn with Bradley Watts in 3rd, 4th Jem Hepworth. is the last lap now, though, in the Junior Max Final. Oakley Pryor yet again on his way to another victory. Michael Goodburn is in second, and Bradley Watts looked to be really competitive with him at some stage, but no longer. And Michael Goodburn will be on his way to second place. It's going to be a good win, though, for Oakley Pryor. He's going to come across the line now. There we go. Checkered flag. A good win for the number 60. Let's see how much he wins by. It's 4.26 of a second over Michael Goodburn. So you can see just a controlling win ahead of the number 12. And he finishes above Bradley Watts. Number 17 can only manage third, which was impressive considering his form throughout the rest of the day. Jem Hepworth suffering and falling to fourth, with Sylvain Vessier in fifth. Senior TKM are out and ready to get underway with their final very soon. It's Alex Tyler on pole alongside Jack Darton, with William Davis in third. Three drivers will be underway with their race, hopefully at the end of this lap. Alex Tyler has been the favourite force throughout the day. He's won two of the races, come second in the other. Pretty productive day from the number 32, and he'll be looking to add to those wins, make it 3 wins out of 4 at the start of the season, and the race has now begun. He gets a good start as well, getting away from Jack Darton, and William Davis actually manages to get past Jack Darton as well, up into second place. Darton with a not very good start at all, but he's going to try and reclaim the position from Davis, going down into the hairpin. Manages to make that move and is in second. Drifts out slightly wide though. Davis will look to retake the pass, but now he has the outside line for Horseshoe, so he won't be able to do so. Darton maintains second, but this is just holding each other up, and Tyler at this rate is going to walk away with it if they keep just holding each other up. Switching position is really going to aid the current race leader's cause. Around the S's and onto the Sturmey Straight, each of the 3 carts go once more. Darton in second position, but ahead of Will Davis by not very much at the moment. Definitely those two significantly closer together than Darton to Tyler. Tyler at the moment having a great opportunity to win another race. 93 of Darton in second position though. ahead of William Davis. 0.3 on that previous lap. Tyler in the lead of this race at the moment though, and he's got the fastest lap as well, 36.06. The next fastest lap time of 36.32, set by second place Jack Darton. Will Davis in third is just a little bit slower, 36.4 is his lap time. Alex Tyler the only driver not to set a best lap time on that previous lap. And, well, Tyler has been opening up his lead every lap. 0.2 quicker on that previous lap. And it looks like one of the drivers here, Jack Darton, is going to get a mechanical flag. So that will bring the end of the race for the number 92. His exhaust is deemed unsafe. It is rattling about quite visibly. You can see on the back of that 93. Seeing the flag now, maybe acknowledge the fact that his exhaust is not placed properly. He will have to go into the pit lane, get that repaired. But that will pretty much confirm the positions for this race, despite having over 5 minutes left on the clock. Will Davis is nowhere near the pace of Alex Tyler at the moment. He's several tenths slower each lap, 3 tenths slower on that previous lap, and same the lap before. Over half a second slower on that last lap, but Jack Darton now pulled into the pits, leaving Tyler in the lead. Will Davis in second position, 36.03, still the fastest lap, set last lap. Alex Tyler improving upon his personal best. Will Davis with a 36.4 as his personal best. 20 seconds left on the clock then, so we'll get one more lap after this one, and that will be the end of the race. And at the moment it's heavily indicating towards Alex Tyler being the winner of it. Jack Darton retiring on lap 7 due to his exhaust flapping around and getting a mechanical flag as a result of that. Will Davis will take second place. The gap currently 6.6 seconds between the race leader and Will Davis. The same lap time remains the fastest, a 36.03 set on lap 8 by the race leader, as we are on the last lap now. Alex Tyler will make his way around the final few corners, heading towards the finish line and the checkered flag, and he will take the win. Alex Tyler takes the checkered flag ahead of Will Davis, who just goes straight into the pit lane, can't even be bothered to finish the race. But Alex Tyler will take the win in the first final of the year for the senior TKM. And we move on to the 177 and 177 Masters. .177 and 177 Masters Final will be underway shortly, and on the front row it is Dan Bushell. He starts on pole, having won all 3 races today. Marcus Basley starts alongside him. Samuel Dix and Steve Nash make up row 2, with Vaneet Noti and Sam Winter on row 3. Joe Walmsley and Darren Rich row 4, with Gary Cox and Ian Brown at the back of the field. The number 23, Ian Brown, rounding out the grid for these 177s. Here come the 177 and 177 Masters, though, ready to get underway with their 10-minute final. Front row, Dan Bushell with Marcus Basley alongside. Let's see who will get the advantage. Heading down towards Billy's. Good start by the pole sitter. Bushell had a very good start indeed, and he'll be looking to try and take that advantage into Billy's. One of the carts slightly off the circuit there and manages to rejoin, and luckily no collisions with any of the drivers. The E-plated Basley right on the back of the current race leader, Bushell. We'll be looking to try and get past him as soon as he can. He knows the Bushell can just open up that gap and go for the win. He's right on the back of the race leader is Basley. He's got Noti in behind. He's managed to leapfrog both Steve Nash and Samuel Dix off the line, so a good start of the race for Noti. Up into third position, Samuel Dix into fourth, fifth Steve Nash with Joe Walmsley in sixth, seventh Sam Winter, Gary Cox, Darren Rich in eighth and ninth, and 10th Ian Brown. But at the front, Dan Bushell looking to try and do what he's done in each of the races so far today and just continue his great form, carry on winning and opening up that gap so that none of the other drivers can rival him. Could see a interesting battle for second though. We've got Basley just ahead of Noti, but Noti looking in pretty good form at the moment. He managed to get past both Dix and Nash off the front row, and now having a look at second position. Maybe he could be the man to try and get past the current race leader, Dan Bushell, leading the way. And the number 27 at the moment showing no sign of stopping whatsoever. He's opening up his gap once again, the race leader, 0.35 of a second, and this is what Bushell does. Very much like Oakley prior, just controlling the race, making sure none of the drivers are able to catch up to his race lead and threaten the win which he'll be wanting. Race leader now has an advantage of just over 1.5 seconds back to Marcus Basley. Vanit Noti in third position. A little bit further back, Steve Nash and Samuel Dix also in the running, just 0.32 seconds behind Dix is Sam Winter, who managed to get past Joe Walmsley on that previous lap. Walmsley just about ahead of Gary Cox at the moment, but Cox doing the best that he can to get past. Number 27, Dan Bushell, is in the lead though. His fastest lap of 35.8. That is a very quick lap indeed, with the next fastest lap a 36.1 at the moment. So 0.3 quicker than Noti, and he isn't even in second position, so looking very good for the number 27 as things stand. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, with Basley and Noti the nearest rivals to the race leader, but at the moment you struggle to see how anyone is going to stop him from taking 4 wins out of 4. He's doing superbly. Sporting the E-plated kart today, Basley in second position. 177, he is racing around. He's got it ahead of his competitor Vanit Noti though. But having said that, Noti does look like he's maybe closing in on him. He's going to try and make a move up the inside into Billy's, but he might have drifted out slightly too wide going into the S's. No, can't quite take that move back from Basley. He looked like he might have tried to put it back up the inside just on the entrance to the S's, but maybe knew that would have been a little bit too optimistic. Backs out of it, but that is a change for second place, and Vanit Noti up into second position. Now drifts out slightly wide now though, and they touch the rear bumper of Noti, given a nudge by Basley. Basley in third now, determined to try and get back. Maybe he just switched off slightly. Noti took advantage, went up the inside, maintained that move, and now has that position. Basley is going to have to do the work to try and get back into second place again. But Steve Nash under some pressure from Sam Winter. Winter's going to try and go up the inside into the hairpin. He looks like he's going to be able to do so. He manages to squeeze past number 39 up into 4th position and around the horseshoe. That stream of carts from 5th place all the way back to 8th, I believe. No, 4th to 8th. That is a pretty strong battle on there, but Vanny Noti, number 25, just ahead of Basley, but Sam Winter up into 4th, Steve Nash down into 5th, Samuel Dix remains unchanged in his position of 6th, but Gary Cox and Joe Walmsley in 7th and 8th, swapped around on the previous lap. Noti and Basley still battling for 2nd, but it's looking good for Marcus Basley to maybe try and threaten Noti for that lead. He did catch up on the previous lap, and on this lap though he does actually lose a little bit of time, so Noti is able to keep that lead for at least the rest of this lap. You suspect he's not close enough, is Basley, to really be creating a move. Just over 3.5 minutes remain. Bushell in the lead with Noti in 2nd place, Basley in 3rd. Sam Winter is 4th, some 2.7 seconds down the road from Basley. Nash 5th, 6th is Dix, and Cox in 7th, Walmsley in 8th, 9th Rich. But Basley's gone into the pits here, the E-plated kart, and that is very significant. That battle for 2nd looks to be over as a result of it. And for whatever reason, Basley in the pits. Not long left on the clock. Just under 10 seconds now, but it is looking like a Dan Bushell victory, and not for the first time today. He's driven very well. And in fact has lapped, well, two of the drivers. In fact, they're both in the pits, aren't they? Darren Rich and Marcus Basley, both unfortunately out of the running, meaning 8 karts remain out there on the circuit. One of the other karts as well seems to be struggling. Is that Steve Nash? Seems to be going very slowly at the top of the circuit there. Looks like the race is over for whoever that is. Certainly will be going into the pits. No way kart's going that slowly is going to make it round the rest of the circuit. Is going to go into the pits there. Indeed it is. So that is Steve Nash out of the running, unfortunately. 7 drivers remain with the last lap on the cards. Dan Bushell will be making his way towards yet another victory. 4 wins out of 4. Definitely got a right to celebrate that. And Vanny Nosey takes second place. But tell you what I hadn't realised is Sam Winter really was creeping up to the back of Noti there. And Winter unable to eventually convert that, but had certainly closed that gap quite significantly and only finished a tenth of a second behind the number 25. Gary Cox in 4th, finished ahead of Samuel Dix in 5th, with 6th place Joe Walmsley and 7th Ian Brown. Here we are then with what is arguably the most anticipated race of the day. It's the Honda Cadet Final, the A Final. And we've got 24 racers out on circuit. Each and every one of them will be ready and raring to go. Huge grid, huge anticipation for what is going to be, I'm sure, very close and a fantastic spectacle of a race. We've got Koskin Irfan on the front row alongside Lomliev, and then Joshua McLean alongside Aston Miller on row 2. James Walker and Archie Brown are on row 3 with Daryl Taylor and Casper Scusa on row 4. Row 5 is Ollie Tyler and Connor Clifford with Mitchell Gibbons and Zach Walters on row number 6. Row 7 is Charlie Vaughan and Lucas Ellingham with Nathan Clifford and Luke Watts making up 15th and 16th. 17th and 18th is Sebastian Block and Joshua Whittington Couch with Oliver Makepeace, Thomas Kukaro-Yeomans rounding out the top 20. 21st is Ethan Leader, George Walker is 22nd, and Jed Murphy and Cameron Ross rounding out the rest of the field. Of course, those last 4 there winning their spaces via the B final. So Ethan Leader starts in 21st, having won that B final earlier on. We've got Irfan versus Lomliev on the front row. Let's see who will win this race, the Honda Cadet Final. 10 minutes of it to enjoy, and we are underway. Irfan on the front row. Let's see if Lomliev can get a better start. He tries to go around the outside. Looks like he might have been able to do that, but Irfan will be very keen to try and go back up the inside. It might be a follow through here for McLean as well, as one of the cars bounces across the S's, but number 28 there having a bit of an incident. That's Lomliev, in fact, I believe, but manages to rejoin the circuit without too much disruption. Each of the cars making their way round now. The leaders making their way around the horseshoe. at the back of the field, just exiting the hairpin there, but right at the back, Cameron Ross, number 24, and as we do look forward to the rest of the race, we've got the end of lap 1 results. Now it's the number 76 who takes an early lead, Joshua McLean, ahead of James Walker with Koskan Irfan, and then Ollie Tyler in 4th. 5th is Aston Miller with Archie Brown in 6th. 7th is Lucas Ellingham with Sebastian Block in 8th. 9th is Luke Watts. Daryl Taylor rounds out the top 10 as things stand. Lomliev not with a good start, losing 10 positions off the start, but Block, Watts and Ellingham all gaining 8 from their initial grid position, so they had very, very good starts indeed. Already up into the top 10 where they started far down in the teens. Archie Brown also having a good start, up into 6th now, but it's about Joshua McLean who leads the way. James Walker is in 2nd place ahead of Irfan. The top 3 slightly separated out from 4th place. Ollie Tyler, the champion from the 2016 season, who is in 4th. 5th place is Lucas Ellingham, gaining 2 positions on that previous lap. Zach Walters and Lomliev also gaining some positions on that lap to find themselves up into 8th and 9th. Miller and Brown losing positions now in 6th and 7th place. But McLean in the lead of this one. Again, the top 3 forming a little bit of a group, and then there's a gap back to 4th place. Ollie Tyler. Ellingham is battling with Miller in behind as well, and with Archie Brown also in that little group of 4, which we see. So it's a group of 3, then a group of 4. That makes the top 7, and then 8th and 9th place Zach Walters and Lomliev, and then Daryl Taylor leads the number 77 of Zach Walters around. Onto the Stony Straight they go once more. Still Joshua McLean who holds on to this lead. Joshua Whittington Couch comes across the line now, the number 99. But he's over 5 seconds behind Jed Murphy, so must have been wrapped up in maybe a spin or something on the last lap. Hasn't lost any positions, but has lost a lot of time behind Jed Murphy, who is in 23rd. Great racing by the number 27 though, Ethan Leader, of course, winner of the B final. He's up into 16th place now. I told you he was a front runner. Usually, last season, of course, we've got many of the quickest drivers around the country in this class here today. But nonetheless, you expect Ethan Leader to be doing well, and that he is. He's gained another position on the last lap, up into 15th place now. Joshua McLean, the number 76, in the lead of this race with just over 3 minutes gone, and it's very close indeed with the top 3. The number 8 James Walker had the lead momentarily there. Looks like McLean's lost the position. He has indeed. Irfan's running up the inside as well into the top end as they make their way towards the start finish line. From the top end onto the pit straight they go, and it looking like Irfan is going to take the lead once again. The number 76 here of Joshua McLean ahead of Walker. That is the top 3, but now that has enabled 4th and 5th to catch up. So Ellingham and Miller also in the running now. So suddenly that group of 3 has been caught up by 4th place. And very much Ellingham and Miller are in for the running of this race win again. What you've got to love about the Honda class, never ever know who's going to take the win. Suddenly they have an advantage, and then they've been caught up by the rest of the field again. Close racing by the Hondas here in the latter stages of the day here in the February meeting of 2017, and it's all over the back bumper is McLean on the back of Irfan, the race leader. Irfan may have gone out slightly too wide there, looking good for the number 76 to take that position back. McLean back into the race lead. James Walker in 3rd place. Will be lucky not to avoid dropping another position here, and he does indeed. Ellingham goes past, and the number 5 is now up into 3rd position. Didn't have the best grid start, did Ellingham, but is now up into 3rd, past James Walker, and onto the final podium spot. In 5th place, Aston Miller in the number 70, before there's quite a gap back to Archie Brown and Ollie Tyler, who are squabbling for 6th position, but they can still very much latch onto the back of that initial top group, the 5 of them, who are very close indeed at the moment. But Irfan all over the back of Joshua McLean. McLean in the number 76 leading the way at the moment, but he's given a little bit of a tap there by, and he looks like he used another bit of contact there. I thought he was going to spin around there, but fortunately not. Manages to keep control of the kart, and McLean 76 is now in second position, just ahead of Ellingham and Walker. Number 12, Koskan Irfan, does get a contact warning. I think that's his second contact warning of the day, but it's first in this final. Let's hope he can keep that under lock. But looks like now there's been another change for second position. Ellingham going past McLean, and now he's going to try and go past Irfan as well. It looks like McLean's going to try and follow through, going into the hairpin, and they does indeed follow through, but it is a change of lead. Ellingham from maybe 13th, 14th, then there's contact over the back, and the number 76, McLean, goes over the back of, I think it might have been Aston Miller, and he goes over the back of the rear bumper, bounces over the back, but loses some time, but not many positions, just loses a couple of positions. But it does mean that now Ellingham, from far down in the grid, is now in the lead of this race. Irfan up into second place with Walker and Miller and McLean as the rest of the top five. Seeming like a four-way battle now, though. The lead belongs with Ellingham, and by a relatively far distance as well. But Irfan and Walker, there's a huge group towards the back there where looks like the drivers have basically just a massive long snake of the drivers very close together. But the number 8 of James Walker up into second now. He's got past Irfan ahead of Aston Miller, who is in fourth. In the lead of the race, though, number 5, Lucas Ellingham. He is leading the way. It's almost 3 abreast heading down towards the finish line this time by. It's the number 8 of James Walker maintains his second place for the moment. Irfan is just in behind, but it looks like Miller might have managed to gain a position there up into third place now. I think he's managed to leapfrog Irfan, who is now in fourth, and is under pressure once again by the familiar sides of McLean. But it is working out well for Lucas Ellingham with just 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Seeming that Ellingham has got that lead at the moment. Whether the rest of the drivers will be able to catch up, we shall see. But the number 8 of James Walker is just ahead of Miller, Irfan and McLean, who come as basically one kart. They're so close together. Making progress, though, is James McLean, making brilliant progress there. Joshua McLean, sorry, making brilliant progress, getting 2 positions on the entrance of the S's, and up into third now, just in behind Walker. See if he can get past Walker. He seems to have had the pace as he bounced over the top of Miller's kart, and having fallen behind, that's maybe given him some real fire to get back into the leading positions of the race, and he does go into second. The rest of the karts follow through. Very unfortunate for Miller, but no, for James Walker, sorry, who loses 3 positions down into 5th now. But what a brilliant race we're experiencing from 2nd down to 5th. It's really working out for Lucas Ellingham, but Joshua McLean up into 2nd position and ahead of Irfan. Miller falls to 4th, and James Walker in 5th position. Around the hairpin they go for the 13th time, and with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Around buttons, the right-hand sweeping corner, which connects the back of the horseshoe to the top end. See if there are any changes this time by. At the moment, it's still the number 76 of McLean who is holding on to that lead. Well, the lead for the 2nd place battle, at least, with Irfan in 3rd place. Miller is in 4th. 5th position, still James Walker holding on to the back of that group, but maybe is starting to see his possibilities of getting into 2nd place slowly fading now with just half a minute left to go. Ellingham is heading towards a victory here, but Joshua McLean, I keep saying that, I don't know why, Joshua McLean is in 2nd place, and Koskan Irfan in 3rd, 4th, Aston Miller. Still that battle rages. They make their way out of the top end down towards the start-finish line once again. And we're entering really the latter stages now. This will be the penultimate lap this time by. And McLean's under very heavy pressure indeed from Irfan, who's looking very determined to get past. Miller is in 4th place, 3rd in that group. And then Walker is not quite half a second behind, but nearly just a little bit of a gap back to the number 8. But from 2nd down to 4th, it really is a brilliant battle. McLean followed by Irfan. And there's going to be a lot of pressure right in the dying stages here. Ellingham still isn't a million miles away, but you get the feeling he's got this win pretty well at the moment. But the last lap, anything could happen. It looks like there is going to be a change, and he's gone through as Miller. He's managed to overtake both McLean and Irfan. Irfan also managed to get past McLean, but was unable to prevent Miller going through. And it's another contact warning there for Kosk and Irfan. But brilliant move by Miller to get up the inside of both of those karts, and he's going to take second place now. This has enabled Walker to catch up right to the back, but as they're going to go across the line, it's going to be a win for Ellingham. Brilliant drive from the number 5, and he's going to take that checkered flag ahead of the number 70 of Aston Miller, who does take second place. Kosk Irfan takes third, with Joshua McLean in 4th, 5th James Walker, Archie Brown in 6th, 7th Ollie Tyler ahead of Ivan Lomliev, with Zach Walters and Sebastian Block rounding out the top 10. 16 laps from the Honda Cadet there, and 16 brilliant laps indeed. Lucas Ellingham taking a very good win. What a fantastic finale to that race. Really some great racing throughout that race. Lucas Ellingham might have got away in the latter stages, but the battling from 2nd to 5th was certainly one to watch. Miller eventually taking 2nd behind Ellingham, with Kosk and Irfan in 3rd, Joshua McLean in 4th, 5th James Walker, Archie Brown in 6th, 7th Ollie Tyler, Ivan Lomliev in 8th, 9th Zach Walters, with Sebastian Block rounding out the top 10. Luke Watt and Ethan Leader, with Charlie Vaughan, Oliver Makepeace and Casper Scusa rounding out the top 15. But all 24 karts who started finished the race, which is always good to see. What an exciting finale to the Honda Cadets day there. Race number 25 was certainly a thriller. Fastest lap went to Joshua McLean, by the way. The number 76 got a 41.25 there to claim the fastest lap of the day. And now we do move on to arguably a race which is maybe even closely contesting to the sort of size and prominence that the Honda Cadet one did. It's going to be a brilliant race. There are 29 karts out there on the grid, but I'm not sure all of them will actually be out there. There's only 26 who've actually gone past, but regardless, the grid looks as so. Thomas Martin is on pole position, having claimed 84 points throughout the day. Ethan Haynes starts alongside him. Philip Hayworth is on row 2, with James Moorcroft alongside. Oliver Holden and Morgan Rose start on row 3. Cole Edwards and Harriet Stiles are on row 4, with row 5 Will Roberts and Kieran Shanks. Gary Ford, Gabriel Abbott will start in 11th and 12th, with 13th and 14th consisting of Tom Fuller and Benjamin Gilbert. Ari Barker and Ray Harris, with Luke Oliver and Derek Hunt 17th and 18th. Daniel Blackman and Carl Bryant starting 19th and 20th, with Luke Charmaple, Amelia Vinson, Jordan Bryman West, Jodine Newman, Benjamin Chick, Alan Bull, Alex Kite, Will Maynard and Savannah Whitebent also out there on the track. But I believe it might be just the 27 who are actually starting. This will be a brilliant race to conclude the day here at Clay Pigeon. And this race now heading towards the start line, where we will get our 10 minutes of Senior Max underway for the final. Looks like we're not going to be going this time by a kart straight into the tyre wall. Number 25, didn't quite see how that happened, but straight into that. That's Will Roberts, started in, or has a grid position of 9th, but I'm not sure that's going to happen now. And either way, looks to be potentially out of this race before it's even begun, which is very unfortunate, but we'll be underway with this race very shortly. And expect maybe they'll be going around another time to clear up Will Roberts, and that incident which happened just after the start line. But this will be a spectacle, I am sure. Thomas Martin on the front row will be looking to try and defend from Haynes, Hayworth, Moorcroft, who have all been brilliant today. Oliver Holden has had some fantastic races as well. Morgan Rose makes out the top 6 with Cole Edwards and Harriet Stiles in 7th and 8th. It's a very powerful grid full of very talented drivers, and Will Roberts will be looking to try and get in his grid position, perhaps, if his kart gets going again without too much trouble. You'd imagine that heavy contact with a wall would certainly cause some issue to the kart, but it does look like he's able to get going again. Not that the kart looks particularly healthy. Maybe he'll go straight into pit lane. Another kart off as well, actually, just by the old commentary box there. Thomas Martin on pole position. Let's see what he can do from that position. We are away 10 minutes of Senior Max. Let's get going with this race. And straight from the start, Thomas Martin has had a good run from pole. Ethan Haynes in 2nd position, looking to try and hold on to that position as well. Philip Hayworth right on the back of him. The number 66, he's had some great races today as well, hasn't he? The number 21 of James Moorcroft has also had a very good race. He's been pushed out slightly wide by Hayworth there, though. Cole Edwards has had a good start. He's up into 5th place now from his starting position of 8th, I believe. So he's gained a few positions there. James Moorcroft under some pressure from Cole Edwards as the karts make their way across the line with just 1 lap gone, and already 6 positions gained by Ray Harris is, as I mentioned, a good start from Cole Edwards, but no changes in the top 4. It has remained how the grid started, but this last race of the day, race number 26, has got off to a very close start indeed. Ethan Haynes almost gets on the inside of Thomas Martin there, but Martin holds a race lead for now. The front few karts separated by basically nothing as they make their way across the finish line once again to complete lap number 2. Thomas Martin still leads the way with Philip Hayworth in 2nd. James Moorcroft is in 3rd with Cole Edwards in 4th. 5th position is Ethan Haynes with Morgan Rose in 6th. 7th is Harriet Stiles with Tom Fuller in 8th. 9th is Gary Ford and Ray Harris in 10th position. 2 cars out of the running, and I believe that, in fact, Benjamin Gilbert and Gabriel Abbott might be out as well. You can see 2 drivers over just on the exit to the horseshoe. Another driver off here, the number 61 of Jodie Newman also out. But Hayworth in the lead of the race. He's got past James Moorcroft, and Thomas Martin has fallen those 2 positions. Of course, was in the lead of the race. The number 69 is now up into 2nd, though. He's managed to regain that position past Moorcroft up into 2nd, but it's looking good for Hayworth to go on and try and take advantage of that lead, which he now has. 23 karts remain in this race, which starts off as 29, I believe. I think maybe only 27 actually started, but 4 karts out of the running. So Kieran Shanks currently makes up the last position in 23rd. But in the lead of the race, Philip Hayworth, he's ahead of Thomas Martin, who of course leapfrogged James Moorcroft in that previous race. And now we have Cole Edwards also in the running there. He's in 4th place, just in behind Moorcroft and ahead of Morgan Rose. Ethan Haynes has had a bad couple of laps, dropping down to 6th position ahead of Harriet Stiles. Cole Edwards has managed to get past James Moorcroft there, so change for 3rd. And suddenly Cole Edwards now on the back of Thomas Martin. Can he do anything about the number 69 and his 2nd place, which he possesses? The number 66 of Philip Hayworth leads the way as they make their way round the Billy's blind once again and on down towards the S's. Cole Edwards is in 3rd place ahead of James Moorcroft, but that battle is so close. Edwards, Moorcroft, Rose, Haynes, Styles, all of the drivers so close together, and trying to go the inside now. Rose on Moorcroft, don't look like he'll be able to quite get that move done, and Moorcroft does hold on to that position, holds on to 4th for now. 5th is Morgan Rose with Ethan Haynes in 6th. 7th, Harriet Styles, Tom Fuller and Gary Ford also in the running there. But looks like Harriet Styles might be the last of that group, just about holding on at the moment. But Ethan Haynes also getting past James Moorcroft now. Rose has done the same, so Moorcroft losing a couple of positions now finds himself down in 6th position. In the lead of the race is the number 66, Hayworth. He's been in the lead for a good few laps now, doing well, and he opens up his lead again on this lap. Just 0.2 seconds he opens up that lead, but those little margins mean that eventually he will be going on to take this victory. Thomas Martin unable to close that gap as things stand. Cole Edwards in 3rd, though. He's racing well as well, with Morgan Rose in 4th. 5th place is Ethan Haynes, who, as I mentioned, managed to get past James Moorcroft on that previous lap, with Harriet Styles in 7th place, Tom Fuller in 8th, 9th is Gary Ford and Luke Oliver in 10th position. Thomas Martin and Cole Edwards separated by just 0.15 of a second, and the gap between Hayworth and Martin over a second, so it's looking good for the current race leader, but Thomas Martin may have to come under a bit of pressure from Cole Edwards here, who is looking in good form. Luke Chard-Maple gaining a position on the previous lap, the only change on the circuit. That's a change for 13th, getting past Ari Barker, falls to 14th. Now it's the battle with Alex Kite to stay in, but Daniel Blackman, by the way, in the novice, brilliant racing by him, up into 12th place now. And Blackman with Chard-Maple in behind. Battle of two very able novices. Alan Bull comes across the line to confirm the 23rd kart still running in this one, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock, and Hayworth's lead is looking better each and every lap. No one's closed in on him in a good few laps, and the number 66 racing efficiently. Cole Edwards getting past Thomas Martin on that previous lap though, and now he holds 2nd place. Is he the racer who is able to catch up to the race leader? And no one else has been able to do it so far. Cole Edwards has been slightly out of touch, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying. Throughout the day so far, he's had better days, but now he is racing excellently. And in this final, when it most matters, he is catching up to the race leader. There's a spinner though, number 14, Ari Barker. He's just been spun around there, overtaken by several karts, and will join further down the field. But it's a great race going on for 2nd place. Cole Edwards in occupying that position of 2nd though, and Morgan Rose, the number 7, is up into 3rd, having got past number 69, Thomas Martin. Ethan Haynes is in 5th with 6th, James Moorcroft, and 7th place, Harriet Styles really rounds out that battle, but those 7 karts are so close together. Well, I say the 7, the 6 from 2nd down to 7th, with Hayworth's advantage definitely still intact. Cole Edwards in 2nd place. He's looking forward to try and get to the race leader, but not sure he'll quite be able to do so. Hayworth's lead, he's opening up ever so slightly, and Cole Edwards, in fact, has been caught up ever so slightly by 3rd place Morgan Rose on that previous lap, and really does have some pressure from the number 7. Thomas Martin is trying to defend as well from the number 30 of Ethan Haynes. James Moorcroft and Harriet Styles are just in behind in 6th and 7th. Luke Oliver is in 8th position with Gary Ford in 9th meanwhile, but that's a little bit further back. Harriet Styles definitely has a significant advantage over Luke Oliver. That's that 7th and 8th gap there. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Morgan Rose though, set a few laps ago, 35.19. The race leader is not the fastest driver out on the circuit. And that is why Cole Edwards has such a big problem. Has been overtaken now by Morgan Rose. So Morgan Rose up into second position. And as we enter the final stages, final few laps of this race, it's looking very good for Hayworth as things stand. But the number 7 of Morgan Rose has overtaken Cole Edwards. And if there's the most likely driver going on pace to catch up to the race leader, it is the number 7 of Rose. But you think maybe it's just a little bit too late. The next quickest driver is Cole Edwards, I believe. And Edwards indeed, well, actually has been caught up a little bit on that previous lap. Thomas Martin closing that margin. And now Thomas Martin has a real opportunity to maybe get into the top 3. Ethan Haynes is just in behind with James Moorcroft in 6th. Harriet Stiles in 7th. No changes within those 3 for quite a few laps now. Number 7 of Morgan Rose in 2nd. And they do look very quick, don't they? Going past the start-finish line in front of my commentary box area here. Onto the Stony Straight they go once more. Less than a minute left on the clock. And it's the number 7 of Morgan Rose who is occupying 2nd place at the moment. Cole Edwards all over the back of that number 7 with Thomas Martin in 4th place, looking to try and find his way into the top 3. But this is enabling Philip Hayworth's lead to just expand out even more, and he's looking very good to go on and take another victory, the number 66. Rose in 2nd, ahead of Cole Edwards. Thomas Martin is in 4th, 5th is Haynes, 6th is Moorcroft, and 7th is Stiles. Kind of battle worth watching, the 6 of them close together, almost nothing to separate those 6 drivers. No changes in order again this lap, although a couple of them having a little look there. Harriet Stiles potentially having a look at the number 21 of James Moorcroft, who's racing well. But this is the last lap now. The time has hit 0. The last lap for any of the changes to happen. And Morgan Rose is going to have to do his absolute most to hold on. He's going to have to put so much effort in to hold on to that 2nd place, with both Thomas Martin and Cole Edwards hungry for that 2nd position. Thomas Martin will be determined to get into the top 3 as they enter the final few stages here, the final few corners, and it is the number 7 of Morgan Rose is holding on to 2nd at the moment. There's going to be no changes in order, is there? It's going to be a great win for Philip Hayworth, going down towards a checkered flag. Brilliant win for the number 66. Very well done indeed, and it's going to be defensive driving across the line by Morgan Rose. No changes in order within the top 7 in the end, but they all found their way across the line in their positions. Morgan Rose, Cole Edwards in 2nd and 3rd, 4th Thomas Martin, Ethan Haynes, James Moorcroft and Harriet Stiles rounding out the top 7. Luke Oliver and Gary Ford with Luke Chard Maple round out the top 10. Ray Harris finished in 11th and Daniel Blackman in 12th. 13th Carl Bryant with Oliver Holden in 14th. Fell several positions, didn't he, Oliver Holden? Didn't have the luck in that race, but we know he's a very capable driver, the number 23. Derek Hunt concludes his first day in senior Rotax in 15th position with Benjamin Chick in 16th. 17th Alex Kite with Kieran Shanks in 18th position. Emilia Vincent 19th. 20th Jordan Bryman West. And Ari Barker and Alan Bull also concluding their races. 21st and 22nd of the 22 finishers we had, which, of course, the race started off with 27 drivers. But what a fantastic finale to the day. Morgan Rose just about beating the rest of that group to 2nd place. And the number 7 does take 2nd ahead of Cole Edwards. Thomas Martin 4th with Ethan Haynes in 5th. James Moorcroft 6th and Harriet Stiles in 7th. But big victory there for Philip Hayworth. Brilliant racing. And that brings the day to a very good close. Brilliant racing throughout the day, and the last few karts will be just pushed to the pits, ready to go home and to hopefully be seen again next month here at Clay. But that does bring the end to the day. Some very entertaining racing on display once again here at Clay Pigeon to kick off the 2017 season in style. What a day it has been. So thanks to everyone for turning up today. All racers, every competitor, all the family members come along to support them, all marshals and officials, and the ambulance crew, of course. Thank you to everyone on the live stream. If you're still listening there, thanks a lot for being on the live stream. Of course, you can check out the stream at home. Everyone out there on the circuits, you can just type in Clay Pigeon Kart Club on YouTube, find the live stream for the day if you want to listen to any of your races. And that will bring a close to the day. But that does bring the end to the live stream and the end to another brilliant day of racing here at Clay Pigeon Kart Club. I have been your commentator for today, Sam Hunt, and I hope you'll join me next month. And, well, I will be seeing you then in March for round 2. See you then. Bye-bye.